Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world.
You are in the right place at the right time.
The Black Business Network opens again for its Black Business Olympics, a 24/7 broadcast on business, strategies, global branding, social media marketing, finance, advertisement, and much, much more. Featuring the top, most powerful entrepreneurs and speakers and thought leaders from all around the world as they gather together for this phenomenal event. Join the Black Business Network streaming live into the metaverse, STEM City USA, Black Multiverse, Pod TV, Roku, Hulu, iHeartRadio, Apple TV, YouTube, TikTok, Instagram, Google Podcasts, Facebook, LinkedIn, IBM TV, Spotify, and Twitch. Tune in today and be a part of this amazing movement. The Black Business Olympics welcomes you.
Did you know that approximately 333.34 million businesses exist today, according to a report from 2021? And you may be one of those businesses, or maybe you're not in the business market yet, but you're aspiring to be a business owner. Well, guess what? You're in the right place at the right time. Because let's face it, everything is about timing and opportunity. Hi, my name is Dr. Lotus Richey, and I'm the CEO and founder of the Lotus Richey Coaching and Consulting LLC, along with the Lotus Richey Ignite Show. 15 minutes of success with Dr. Lotus Richey, as well as books to boom your business and bring who you are. And today, I want to bring this amazing message to you about the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. See, the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics is designed to help people just like you, that's right, that look like me, to take their business to the next level. Not just in your front yard or your backyard, but globally. The Black Business Network and Black Business Olympics is designed not to just help you survive, but to help you thrive. So join us today as we come together with businesses all around the world to support our students, our children, our young teens, our young entrepreneurs. What we do is we come together to help raise funds for students who are aspiring to be business entrepreneurs, who are aspiring and who are thriving in college. We endow them with a wonderful opportunity to gain scholarship of either a laptop or several thousands of dollars. And we invite you to help be a contributor to this amazing opportunity to help someone that looks just like you. So join us today at our website and let us connect with you and help you ignite and take flight in every area of your life on the Black Business Network and the Black Business Olympics. I'll see you on the other side.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny, where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution, a movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
I was born in a little village on the island of Haiti. Many deadly diseases pounded me. It is as if they were on a mission to end my existence on this earth. I refused to give up. In 1983, I left Haiti and came to the United States of America. And I came with $5, 2 shirts. I didn't speak in English. I came to Atlanta. I got a job. I was a doorman. I was a doorman with a dream. What I used to come on stage. I'd rehearse this moment that I'm standing in front of you. That's the power of a dream. Maybe today is the day you begin acting as if you already have it. And then step out with full force. Take a risk. No condition is permanent. Don't let your situation distract you. You are chosen. You are called. You are born for a purpose in this life.
You are a Black-owned business and you're looking for new ways to expand your reach. Or you're a creative and you have an amazing story that needs to be told, seen, and heard. Well, at Fave Unite TV, we're streaming the diverse and authentic narratives of Black American culture. At Fave Unite TV, you have access to product placement, feedback loops, promotional spotlights, and other ways to showcase your brand. And we have fans all around the world that can't wait to see what you're up to. So come to Fave Unite TV because we are showcasing the culture 24/7 with Black stories and Black storytellers. Subscribe to FaveUniteTV.com today. And for more information, email us at info@FaveUniteTV.com or call our hotline at 816-819-9939. Fave Unite TV, one of the largest platforms showcasing Black American content in the world.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support. Where health education is abundant. Where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
Your story is powerful. Your brand is valuable. Your business deserves to be seen, heard, and followed. The Black Business Olympics has given you the stage, showcasing Black entrepreneurs speaking on stage, networking, and leading their businesses. Now, let's take your business even further. With the Black Business Olympics logo and clips of past events and inspiring speakers, we celebrate the power of visibility and the impact of your unique story. Introducing 5-Star BDM's exclusive video creation services designed to transform your Black Business Olympics appearance into a powerful marketing tool. Our dynamic approach includes behind-the-scenes shots of video editing, branding consultations, and social media marketing. We take your business story and turn it into a high-impact video that attracts clients, builds trust, and opens doors to new business opportunities. With polished content, testimonials, and high-energy graphics, your brand will shine brighter than ever. Our process is simple and effective. Step 1. We extract the best moments from your Black Business Olympics speech. Step 2. We craft a compelling branded video with your business details, call to action, and testimonials. Step 3. You receive ready-to-share professional content for social media, websites, and email marketing. With our AI-enhanced video marketing strategies, your message reaches the right audience at the right time, so your business grows while you lead. Hear from successful entrepreneurs who have worked with 5-Star BDM. After working with 5-Star BDM, my brand awareness skyrocketed. My Black Business Olympics talk became my #1 lead generator. The video they created gave me the confidence to pitch my business to major investors. Game-changing service. These testimonials showcase the transformative power of our services and the success that follows. Your business is your legacy. Your story matters. Let's make it unforgettable. Use your videos to land deals, grow your online presence, and dominate your industry. The message is clear. Get your custom video today. Visit 5starbdm.com. 5-Star BDM. We build 5-star brands that people will follow. Are you ready to be next? Email Black Business Network for your special pricing.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Good afternoon, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Bukeka Blakemore. I am your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. We will be hosting a fireside chat with none other than Brandy Hubbard. Brandy is an executive marketing director for American Classic Agency, as well as the president and founder of B-Hub Insurance Club. She was born and raised in New York City and spent many years as a legal assistant before transitioning to the insurance industry 25 years ago. Driven by a desire for more family time and entrepreneurial success, Brandy mastered the insurance business. Her dedication to helping families and small businesses has earned her accolades, including ACA's six-figure income ring. And she will be joined by LaShawna Epps, author, speaker, mentor, transformation strategist. She is excited the corporate world with 24 years to pursue purpose in helping high achieving ambitious women 40 and beyond who are living stressful lives in the pursuit of true fulfillment and craving meaningful transformation to conquer challenges, break through barriers, smash goals, and pull triggers to experience extraordinary outcomes. Thank you so much, ladies, for joining us today.
Hello, how are you? I'm so excited to be here. Thank you for that wonderful introduction.
Thank you so much. And I'll see you on the Genius is Common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. I am so excited to have this fireside chat with Miss LaShawna Epps. You are in for a real treat tonight. So grab you a pen and paper, take some notes, because I'm telling you, she is about to drop some gems. While we wait to have her come online, I was going to just add in there that she's also a content creator. She has a lot going on, and I am excited to have you here, LaShawna. I can't wait because I have had the privilege of hearing LaShawna speak, and you guys are in for a treat. So, LaShawna, how are you?
I am wonderful. All is well, Brandy. Thank you so much for having me, for the invitation. I am so excited to be able to have this conversation with you.
Yes, because this conversation is so needed. Let me tell you, everyone needs this information. A lot of people are overwhelmed and stressed out, okay?
Man.
So I'm going to be taking me some notes myself. So to kick things off and not to hold on any longer, I know that a lot of times you often speak about mental health hygiene. And what I wanted to ask you was, what does that term mean to you personally? And why is it just as essential as like brushing your teeth or taking a shower?
Wow. Mental health hygiene is a term that I'm sure many may not have heard of. Of course, we've all heard of mental health, but mental health hygiene is a more holistic approach to mental health, less dark and heavy, where you're going to counseling and therapy, dealing with trauma or a lot of past, traumatic issues, but it's more light and practical. It emphasizes prevention through daily maintenance practices that assist you with your mental health regulation. So it offers, in essence, tips and strategies that, again, are very practical, more bite-sized, and more easy to digest. So you can take them right away and begin to apply to your daily life. And through consistency, I must emphasize consistency, because this is not an overnight process, and we need to get rid of that mindset. Through consistency, that's going to be the key to your breakthrough. You will begin to see improvement. And then with the improvements, of course, you will start to experience your life in a better way.
Oh, okay.
And
Yeah, I
for
like that
me,
explanation.
I'm sorry.
I like that explanation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. And I believe you asked me something about what does it mean to me? It really is giving empowerment through the consistency of basic daily habits. And for me, it has really just added so much goodness to my life, because in doing these habits every day, it has helped me to create an identity of just becoming or being the person. It's not that I'm thinking about it anymore. Once a habit is formed, and we know that a habit is anything that is repetitive, that we do consistently, and generally is redundant set of automatic unconscious thoughts, feelings, and behaviors that we acquire through repetition, so much so that your body knows how to do it better than your mind, so you don't even have to think about it anymore. So that's what it's about, becoming the person who lives the lifestyle of these, mental health hygiene habits. So you've taken on that identity.
Yes. And I understand consistency.
Yes,
That is
ma'am.
key.
Yes.
I really picked up that gem you dropped down. So with that being said, how do things like hydration, nutrition and sleep, right? Because I'm gonna tell you, oftentimes people don't sleep enough, right? How does
Yeah.
that affect like the emotional regulation, right? And the overall peace of mind for people?
Okay, I am so glad you asked that. When I begin to share information about mental health, those things that you just referenced, the hydration, nutrition, and sleep, are part of the pillars of mental health hygiene that I would say are pillars. I would also add to that physical activity or some form of exercise. But if I had a limited amount of time to share, like I did with the most recent presentation that I had, I only had maybe like 10 minutes. The very first thing that I would share is hydration. Many people will be like, hydration? What? I mean, mental health hydration? Yes. Staying hydrated is so very important. Why is that? Because your brain is approximately 85% water. Your body is approximately 70% water. Now, I said 85 and 70%. Those numbers are closer to 100%, correct? So because your brain is about 85% water, your body is about 70% water, even the slightest dehydration of 2% can begin to cause you some issues. Well, what kind of issues, LaShawna? Well, that would look like headaches, fatigue, lack of mental focus, a lack of mental clarity, brain fog,
Mm.
dry mouth, dry skin,
Mm.
confusion, delusion,
Mm.
constipation.
Oh my goodness.
All of these things can appear because of a lack of hydration. And I said, keep the 2% in mind, because 2% is the number that can begin to ignite some of these issues. But if you trickle on down a little bit, it can also cause UTIs, which are urinary tract infections. Now, urinary tract infections in general are very treatable. They are, if they are detected.
Mm-hmm.
If they go undetected, and they can very well go undetected,
Mm-hmm.
they can begin to cause kidney stones, kidney disease, kidney failure, which could lead to sepsis, which is an infection in your blood. And sepsis has been proven to be fatal for many.
Yes.
People have died from sepsis.
Oh, yes.
And to talk about it in a little bit more severity, dehydration can also cause seizures, which means that that comes from an imbalance in the electrolytes in the body. And even more severe than that, it can cause brain damage, which ultimately could lead to death. Now, I have heard more than once, more than twice, more than 3 times of people going to the hospital and they having some type of issues, and the hospital tells them, hey, you are dehydrated. Therefore, we're going to have to put you on an IV drip, and you cannot go anywhere until this is resolved. So it is very, very serious. And that's why I start with the hydration piece, because we're talking about water, our bodies being made up and our brains being made up of the majority of water. Mm-hmm. So you need to replenish your body on a daily basis with water. Now, most people don't know how much water they should drink. Mm-hmm. We've been told, I remember most of my life of hearing, drink 8-ounce glasses of water every day. Mm-hmm. So what is that? 64 ounces, right?
Right.
Well, when you sleep, because we're going to go ahead and trickle on into sleep. When you sleep, you lose water when you sleep. You lose water through your kidneys, through your lungs, through your colon, and through your skin. And you lose about 2.5 liters of water while you are sleeping. And that 2.5 liters totals approximately almost 85 ounces. It's 84 ounces and change. So we just rounded up to 85 ounces. So if you limit yourself to 64 ounces, and I'm telling you that you're losing almost 85 ounces when you sleep, you're still going to be at a deficit. What? So it's going to keep you in a deficit of hydration. So you should be focused on drinking a minimum of half of your body weight in ounces. 200 pounds, 100 ounces, 150 pounds, 75 ounces. So you do the math for you. And don't think about it. Some people say, well, I drink coffee and I add water in my coffee, my tea, and my smoothie every day. And that's okay. And you can continue to do that. However, those things lend to dehydration. Caffeine lends to dehydration. Sugar lends to dehydration. So sodas and juice and all of that, they lend to dehydration. So you should truly be focused on your actual daily water intake. And one of the last things that I like to share about that is with the water consumption. If you fail to do that, your body will start to take water from a place in your body that you absolutely do not want it to take it from. And that will be your joints.
Wow.
Yes. And if it begins to take water from your joints, then, we know what comes from that: joint pain, arthritis. And the more severity in arthritis is rheumatoid arthritis. Mm-hmm. So staying hydrated is one of the most important things that you can do for your mental health, because dehydration also causes stress. And yeah, so that's a different topic of conversation. But you said something about sleep too. And let me add this about sleep. A lot of people don't believe that they believe that they can exist with maybe 3 hours of sleep. I literally had someone tell me that a few weeks ago. Oh, I get about 3 hours of sleep. And I'm looking at them like, no, that's not the most loving to you. You should be striving to get 7 to 8 hours of sleep per night. I will give you 6. So
Right.
6 to 8. And why do you need to sleep? You need to sleep because there are a lot of things that go on within your body while you are sleeping. Your body is repairing itself overnight. Your body is rejuvenating itself. It's reconciling things within your body. And it is also conserving energy within your body, and your brain needs it. Your brain needs it because your brain does a lot of heavy lifting during the day, and it thinks about 70 to 80,000 thoughts per day. So it needs that rest. It absolutely needs the rest. So those are the pillars. Of course, I would add exercise in there, and nutrition obviously is in there. There is so much more I could say about it, because it's so much more to share, but we're not being told these things just because. These things are essential to living long and living strong, and they are essential for your body to be able to operate optimally.
Well, you know what? You dropping some gems here, Lashana, and I could see your passion.
Yeah.
So, I hope everyone is really taking notes because, in my line of work, I meet so many people, even young people who are going through health issues. So this is a great topic we're having today. So with that passion, I want to ask you, in your own life, Lashana, what's the one mental hygiene practice that you rely on daily, that keeps yourself grounded and focused?
Well, I have several things that I do, of course, but
Right.
besides praying, because I am a believer and I do start my day off with prayer, but in a more practical sense of tuning into my personal mental health hygiene, I practice something called mindfulness and gratitude. Mindfulness is being able to tune in and focus on present moment awareness. It is paying attention to the present moment without any judgment. It's tuning in to the small things, the things that are igniting your sensory part of your brain. It's tuning into the smells, being able to inhale and breathe the oxygen that you're breathing, inhaling and exhaling without any assistance. It's such a blessing and it's such a gift because someone just took their last breath. So it's being able to think and consider things and to show appreciation. I love to go out in my backyard and the sights and sounds of nature, being able to walk and put my feet on the grass and walk around in the grass in my backyard is a sense of grounding. It's connectivity with nature that has a natural calming and soothing ability because it tunes you into the endorphins within your body. And endorphins create oh God, it's like you're tapping into natural healing. Endorphins help relieve pain. They bring a sense of joy. They bring a sense of peace. They make you feel so those feel good neurotransmitters in your body. For me, the sun. I love the sun. The sun is an amazing gift. It provides light. Even when it's cloudy outside, the sun is still there, but it's not hidden behind the clouds.
Right.
But even the warmth from it, the brightness of it. I like to call it God's ring light. So I learned how to appreciate every single thing that I get to, I get to experience this every day. And it's so simple, but it's something that I find joy in because I get to experience it, and it ignites gratitude with me. A lot of people associate gratitude with, oh, someone just gave you something, a gift, or you received a compliment, and you say thank you, and oh, thank you so much, and you're all giddy and you feel good in the moment, and then 5 minutes later it's like, okay, you on to the next thing. And gratitude comes from a place. Gratitude for me has nothing to do with receiving something or a gift of something or something tangible, some money or, a promotion. And don't get me wrong, those things are fine to give gratitude and thanks for. But for me, it's a heart thing. It's something that is stirred up from inside of you that really, really brings, like I say, a pure joy and just stirs up and ignites just an appreciation that comes from just knowing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. So that brings up my next question, right? So many people are going through so much, the economy, health problems, marriage problems. I mean, the list goes on and on, right? But when someone feels emotionally overwhelmed, what are the first steps you would recommend they take that's going to help them to regulate their mind and their emotions?
Well, there are a couple of things that I suggest, and it depends upon how severe the severity of that moment is. One of the things I recommend when someone is really like about to down spiral, like it's more heavy, I suggest that they box breathe. Navy SEALs use this technique, so it's very, very effective. And we know who Navy SEALs are. They are the front line of defense in the military. So they have a rigid, rigorous, type of environment that they're in. And then, of course, they're fighting in wars. But they use this box breathing technique, and basically, you get a picture of a box in your mind. You inhale for 4 seconds. You pause for 4 seconds. You exhale for 4 seconds. And you go around that box, and it has those 4 sides. And when you get to the 4th time, if you need to go around again, you go around again. What it does is it acts as a mental reset for your brain. It's going to pull you back from that hyper focus and that hyperactivity. And it's going to pull you out from that fight, flight, or freeze. And it's going to bring you back to a little bit form of a homeostasis, which is your normal state of being. And it will allow you to reset and get reoriented. And so that is one of the things, like I say, if it's a little bit more heavy and it's like, you're breathing, you're trying to catch yourself, that type of response. Well, if it's something that's just really, really bothering you and it's more of an irritability thing and you're just focused on this thing, another thing that a mantra, one of the things that I do, I say this: all is well. Everything always works out for my greatest and my highest good. And out of this situation, only good comes to me, and I am safe. Now, that may feel like a lot for somebody to say. So I say sometimes, if you want to take part of that, I would suggest you say, all is well, I am safe. All is well, I am safe. All is well, I am safe. Because if you are safe, I would be remiss to say that you are okay. Okay. So it's about bringing control back here. And a lot of people are stressed out because they want control. And you have to know that life does not work that way.
Right. Right.
You cannot control everything.
Right.
And once you begin to retrain your brain and your nervous system to learn how to pause and then respond instead of just reacting, then you will become less stressed because
Yes.
you will become more aware of yourself. So those are the two things like
Okay.
out the gate that I would suggest to someone.
Okay. And that leads me into my next question because I know that oftentimes, especially business owners, they have so much on their plate, right? So if someone, Lashana, if someone feels stuck in a cycle of stress, right? And overwhelm, I had this, I got that, to do, what's the first mindset shift, right? They need to make to begin that transformation, let's say.
What I just said, per the last question, was people are stressed out because my definition of stress, and it's not Webster's definition of stress, but it's my definition of stress. People are stressed out because they have fear or worry over things they cannot control. So you have to be open to accepting this. You have to accept that. You have to release the need to have control, and you have to learn how to identify what you can and you cannot control. When I first started my business, not right in the beginning, but maybe within the first year, God gave me 4 things. I call it the 4 A's. And I've shared this so many times, and people are so excited to take it and apply it. The 4 A's are: you have to acknowledge, accept, adapt, and adjust. Okay. Acknowledge, accept, adapt, and adjust. You have to acknowledge and accept what I can't control. I can't control this. This is on the outside of me. There is nothing I can do about this. Then you adapt and adjust yourself. And that requires a pause. And you say, okay, because I can't control that, I can't do anything about that. Then you come back here and you say, well, what can I do? What can I control? You acknowledge that, number one, you can control yourself right now and how you're going to respond and what happens next. And I love to give this example of 2 people going to work. 2 people who are on their way to work and they both wake up late. Of course, when you wake up late, it's instant stress because you're rushing. So they hurry up, they get out the door, they jump in their vehicles and they go straight to the interstate, but they do not know that there is an accident on the interstate that has traffic at a standstill and there is not an exit for 3 miles. Okay. So they're stuck. So 2 different people. The first person, they are pissed. They hit the steering wheel, bleep de bleep. They rattle off some choice words. I don't curse, but you can use your imagination. They call the job. They let them know they're going to be late. And then they release the call and they're bleep de bleep some more. And then they decide to call a friend and they want to whine, murmur, and complain about it. And then they say, my whole day is ruined and it's 8 o'clock in the morning.
Right.
But then you have the second person. They don't like it. No, they don't. They absolutely don't. But they've done some inside out work and they have a high level of self-awareness. They've cultivated some self-awareness. So they box breathe. That's what I told you, shared with you not long ago. They do that quick breathing technique. They call the job. They let them know that they're going to be late. They release the call and they pause. And the 4 A's, they acknowledge and accept, hey, what can I do with this? I'm here. I'm stuck. I can't do anything. I don't control it. Then they adapt and they adjust themselves. And they say, well, you know what? I'm here. What can I do? Well, right now, what I can do, you can pray if you want to. You can listen to a personal development podcast during this time. You can listen to a teaching, preaching sermon during this time. You can spend some time affirming yourself. You know, they take advantage. They no longer see it's not a problem. They have a solution. So during this time, this is what I can do. And then they have the nerve to say, and you know what, God, I'm going to say thank you because as far as I know, you could be protecting me from something that I don't even know about.
Right.
And they give gratitude.
Yes.
So this is the difference maker.
Mm-hmm.
When you learn some things and you practice them, then you understand when things happen, it's about everything is not a problem.
Right.
I'm the problem if I want to make everything the problem. But
Mhm.
then you recognize I'm the solution.
Right.
Okay.
Absolutely. So, I love that because, when like you said, it's 8 o'clock in the morning and you're already saying my day is a mess.
Right.
Really, you can choose how you react.
You've
And
thrown away the whole day already.
Right. Throw it away, but you can choose how to react. So I really
Right.
appreciate that point because life is too short. We have to take a
Amen.
deep breath,
Right.
regroup, and like you
Mhm.
said, come up with that solution. So
Right.
looking back on your journey, LaShawna, what has been your biggest lesson in becoming healed, empowered, resilient,
Mhm.
and what encouragement would you leave with someone, that's just starting out?
Wow. Well, let me answer the first part of the question. For me personally, honestly, it was something that God spoke to me that got me out of my own head because I entered this personal development world clueless. I was just following the lead of God and I jumped out here being obedient and I was just overwhelmed. I was overtaken and I was questioning myself because I felt like I don't know what I'm doing or anything. But then God said this, stay open. The 2 words, stay open. And basically he said to me, yes.
Artist to me is a creative expression.
But he said, your focus is too narrow. You're looking at this one way. I have an infinite amount of ways to get you to where I'm taking you to and beyond where you want to go. But you got to stay open. Okay. Quote that I saw not long after that. And the quote from Wayne Dyer said, when you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. I will repeat that. When you change the way you look at things, the things you look at change. And then in my own mind, it was, you don't see things how they are. You see things how you are. And that shifted my entire perspective. And for someone who is desiring to encouragement, is the most powerful work that you can do is on your mind. Hands down. You can do all of the outside work. You can do all of that. But you will shortchange yourself trying to do when you need to be first.
Mm-hmm.
So be, do, have. You are a human being first,
Right.
not a human doing.
Right.
So you have to work on who you are being, because no outside work will overcome the inability that you have in your mind and the limitations that you set in your mind, because eventually you're going to self-sabotage. Period.
Yeah.
Because your belief system is not supporting where you say you want to go.
Right.
So the best work that you can do is to begin with your mind. And that could look like a number of things. But of course, being a mindset coach, that could look like working with a coach. And
Well,
someone, yes.
Oh my gosh.
This has been great, right?
I know.
But before we get going, I want to make sure this question is asked. What does a good client for you look like? And are you available to go into companies or are you available to do virtual sessions? I wanted to get that part in. I know we only have like a few minutes left, but I wanted to get that piece in.
Sure. As far as a good client for me, and this would be more in a coaching aspect, I want to work with doers, not perfect people, because that's an impossible standard. But a doer for me is someone who is open to receive. They are willing to take the information that is being shared with them, the suggestions, because this is not about, I'm gonna tell you what to do and you need to do everything I say. No, no, no. Be open to receive and be open to take and then apply the suggested information using the tools and the strategies that are recommended to assist you to be able to move forward towards that vision that you have for yourself, because it's not my vision, it's your vision. So my job as a coach is to nurture, provide guidance and accountability as I support you in moving towards your business. And so then, and becoming her, as I say, becoming healed, empowered, and resilient, so you can tap into and unlock the transformation within. Of course, yes, I work with corporations, where companies, colleges, churches, nonprofits, whoever is needing someone to come in and to whether it be for workplace wellness or holistic wellness, and however they want to title it, because everything I do does come more from a holistic place. I come in, I even offer line dancing. I'm a line dancing instructor too. So this is all holistic. This is all in tapping into the person's well-being and tapping back into those 4 pillars that I shared at the beginning of the interview.
And how can people get in touch with you?
They can get in touch with me by visiting my website, which is www.lashawnaepps.com, LASHAWNAEPPS.com. That is my name. Or they can reach out to me on social media. I am on every platform. I am on LinkedIn, of course, my name, LaShawna Epps. I am on Facebook as well as Instagram, and they can pretty much search my name and they can find me.
And Brandy, what about you? You did an amazing job. How can people get in touch with you?
Yes, they can go to B Hub. That's B as in Brandy, HUBB. So that's www.bhub.info, or they can reach out to me at 443-864-7337.
Wonderful. I hung on to every word. Such an amazing interview. Thank you both so much. And remember, genius is common, and I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you. Have a good one, ladies.
Have a great day.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
I was born and raised in southeastern West Virginia, the coal fields. My father was an AME minister. For me, I was very fortunate. Even though I grew up in the segregated South, I was surrounded by flourishing black businesses. Doctors, lawyers, bankers, dentists. They were all there and they were all successful. And I guess that's part of my dream, is to see that success come back. My name is Joseph Simmons, and I am the founder of the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial Training. We have this moment in time where we can change the trajectory of people. And our focus is on women, black and brown entrepreneurs, and their access to capital, their ability to build thriving businesses, the ability to employ people. There's a study that showed that in those 3 communities, especially black and brown communities, $1 stays in those communities for 30 minutes. In white community, $1 stays in their communities for 8 hours. So think about it. For you in a black or brown community to get gas, to get food, to go to a restaurant, you've got to leave your community, take those dollars out of that community and take it to another community that's already being well served. So if we can reverse that, if we can go from 30 minutes to an hour to 2 hours, that's progress. That's what we need to do. I was with SCORE. And then in May of 2020, of course, the events happened in regards to the murder of George Floyd. The other thing that I was experiencing was the denials of federal funds for small businesses. And it revolved around one thing. These businesses were not being prepared for grants and for government programs. And I came up with the idea for the Center for Micro-Entrepreneurial based off those two things. Morgan Stanley had a report out in 2020, first quarter, and it talked about there were 3 groups that were massively devastated by COVID-19 on their business. That was 1, women, number 2, Black, and number 3, brown entrepreneurs. The research showed that they had less cash on hand, they had less opportunity to go into a bank and get money, and they were very dependent on family and friends to keep their business up and running. If we can focus on those 3 groups, then we can have a dramatic impact on our communities. Really, the focus is on 3 areas. And those 3 areas are 1, the people, number 2, the courses, and number 3, a support network. Here at CMAT, we will provide you with the fundamentals for generational success. And you will be creating a vibrant community by attending our 5-day immersive training course.
The African company and the African CEO is making a conscious decision to bring on someone external to the continent versus bringing on someone who is from Ghana or Kenya or South Africa. And so the skill sets of the people that we take through our executive leadership training program and ultimately on the placement, obviously have to be extremely high caliber. So what we look for are corporate executives at the vice president to C-suite level, as well as Black entrepreneurs. When we look at the Black corporate executives, we're looking for some very specific skill sets, whether that be around supply chain, sales and marketing, engineering, product development. We want our folks to be able to add immediate value to the corporate board, right? And the other thing is, even if they don't necessarily have specific industry experience, they're bringing a diversity of thought.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the HeyTie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust, so go check them out.
Did you know women represent just 3% of Fortune 500 CEOs and less than 15% of corporate executives at top companies worldwide? Have you wondered what the secrets are to getting into the top ranks, whether in the private or public sector? Do you want to figure out how to stop being held back in your career or passed over for promotion? Then you're in the right place. Hi, I'm Dr. Madeline Ann Lewis, President and CEO of the Executive Women's Success Institute. I have decades of experience in the military, the federal government, and corporate America, and my mission is to help women succeed and tap into their full potential. I want to reach 1 million plus women around the world to become the leaders they are meant to be. So if you want to move into a management or executive level position, or maybe you are a female veteran transitioning out of the military into business entrepreneurship, then reach out to the Executive Women's Success Institute at 301-693-3284. Let us get you on the fast track to success.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Yes. Good day, everyone. Welcome to the Black Business Network. Welcome business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Brandy Hubbard, and I am going to be your business moderator for this edition of the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. So today, I'm going to be moderating and having a fireside chat with Sean Brayboy. Let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Brayboy. He is a multi-talented professional known for his exceptional contributions to the world of television, film, and communications. He has an unwavering passion for storytelling and a natural ability to captivate audiences. Sean has established himself as a creative force while serving as president and CEO of his company, Federal Media Solutions. So, just to name a few of the major companies he's worked with, Facebook, AT&T, Walmart, CVS, the United States Postal Service, just to name a few. And I'm sure he's going to give us some more information when he comes on board. But I'm super excited to have him on the show. And now I would like to bring to you Mr. Sean Brayboy.
Hello.
Welcome, Mr. Brayboy. How are you today?
Great, great. Thanks for having me.
Yes, yes, we are. I'm so excited because I've had the privilege to see some of your work. I'm super excited about it. You've had some amazing projects you worked on. So, Mr. Brayboy, what made you start Federal Media Solutions?
So I have about 18 years background with the federal government, and I started in AV with the government and helping with conferences, recording, and doing good video work. But as you know, the government has recently gone through some changes. And so a lot of us, federal employees, have been forced to really become entrepreneurs. I kind of saw this happening well before Doge was implemented. And so, starting my own business was something that I saw needed to take place so that I could have control and the freedom uh, to run a company.
Oh yeah, I can definitely understand that. I've heard about the climate, that's happening in federal government, and it's you got to have that plan B in place. So it's good that you did that. So, what has been, well, how can your products and services help, businesses or some of our listeners today? What could you do like to help them with their small business?
Yeah, so a lot of our businesses need LinkedIn videos, PSAs, commercials. That's exactly what we do. And so we're a communication portal for a lot of our businesses, whether it's a barber shop, a local hair salon. We also facilitate live streaming events. So we work with some very large clients across the country, like American Diabetes Association, a lot of federal clients as well. And so just filling that communication need for our businesses is a critical piece to what we do.
Oh, okay, okay. So that sounds exciting. What has been one of your, let's say, biggest successes?
Recently we helped NASA with a international broadcast. That was actually a global broadcast because we had to communicate with Tokyo for a moon landing. And so, because of my federal AV expertise, we were able to facilitate that stream using some software that we were familiar with. So that was a milestone.
Mm-hmm.
Also had a federal contract with USDA. That was very nice, helping farmers with drone technology. And
Mm-hmm.
so we've had a few successes, and I enjoy running my own company. It's very fulfilling, very rewarding.
Oh, that sounds great. That sounds great. So we'll probably dig into that a little bit more. But tell us about one of your most recent contracts that you actually did have. Give us a little bit more information on that with the USDA.
Okay. So I was a sub on that particular contract. And so the need was to help farmers with drone mapping. And it also involved some communication work with the University of Arkansas. And so it required some travel. Had to go to Little Rock, Arkansas. And it also required communication with one of our HBCUs in Arkansas. And so being able to communicate on a project, but then also deliver communication media and do program management are skills that I learned in the federal government. And then ultimately being able to deliver media in various forms is
Mm-hmm.
a skill set that we have on our team. And so it was a fun project. It's also good to be in control, right? As a business owner, no one, well, you have to be disciplined, but you don't have to clock in, clock out, but you have the ability to decide when and how much you want to work. And
Mm-hmm.
so very fulfilling, very rewarding.
Now, when we look at your resume, right, we see AT&T, Walmart, CVS, like all of these major corporations, which is awesome. But, what about the small businesses? How can you help small businesses? Like, do you work with small businesses?
Yes, we work with everyone. And I always say, don't look at yourself as a small business, even though you may be small. Simply because the technology that we have access to can take you from small to large in a relatively short period of time. So I'd like to encourage a marketing mindset of limitless possibilities. Even when we look at some of the set asides, um, some of the things that we may think may limit us,
Hmm.
don't think of those things as limiting you. Think of yourself as just as equal or just as good as any other business out there. And that mindset will become contagious. And
Hmm.
there's nothing you can't do. So just think of yourself as a business, and keep it going.
So, I know that although you do a lot of media work, you also give back to the community. I also know that you also own your own nonprofit organization. So tell us a little bit about your nonprofit, what it does, and if that's something that you can expand.
Well, thanks. Thanks. Yes. So the nonprofit arm is called the Minority Tech Foundation. And we teach youth vocational skills related to media, so related to what we do at Federal Media Solutions. And so we teach live streaming, we teach camera work, graphic design, how to create, your business cards, and we teach our young people how to do these things with their phones, 3D animation. We also teach cybersecurity and drone tech, but the goal is to really help our youth at a very early age see the possibilities in communication and
Mhm.
television production and develop those skills early so that they can get sustaining careers.
That sounds great. Like, tell us a little bit more about those drone programs. Is that something that you would want to elaborate on or expand on as far as going to other, states or, if someone would be interested in collaborating with you on that or partnering with you on that, tell us a little bit about that.
Okay, absolutely. And so we're seeing an increase in drone technology, right?
Hmm.
We had kites, back when we were coming up, right, Brandy? We had the string with the kite. But
Very
now,
good.
these drones using AI are very sophisticated devices, and we really want our young people to be able to design and build them. And so in our workshops, we require them to form their own little companies and they build drones. One of our videos on our Instagram page got 60,000 views because the young man is really eloquently describing the motherboard and the assembly process of a drone in our workshop. And so the teachers love the workshops when we go into the schools, and it's been a pretty big hit. So it's a communication activity to build team building,
Hmm.
and we enjoy doing it. I enjoy volunteering. It's getting big, so I had to expand our volunteer team to include more volunteers, and so that's been a rewarding thing to do.
Yeah, that sounds like an interesting program because I know that, in a lot of states and, even countries, right, that they are trying to maybe find programs to help keep, children off the street, and give them, things to do, right? So when you talk about teaching, young ones technology, because we know they're the future, right? That's pretty exciting. Do you have anything else in addition you want to add to in reference to your nonprofit program?
Yeah, it's I think everyone, loves to give back, and that's what we do with Minority Tech. Um, we have another program called, shooting with the cameras versus shooting with the guns,
Mm.
because you can do more damage with that communication tool, right? If you know how to effectively communicate. So yeah, so we work with at-risk teens and youth and try to help them, kind of see other possibilities. And so it's someone did it with us. My high school, Tony Perkins from Fox 5, he came back to the high school and he built a TV studio for us. And so,
Wow.
we benefited from that. I still keep in touch with a lot of the schoolmates that I went to Mount Vernon with. Joe Patasol, Darnley Hodge, they're all working in television media because, Tony Perkins from Fox, he came back and invested in the youth. And so, we're kind of paying that forward.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a lot of our businesses, want to do that as well. Like this amazing network, you all are doing the same thing, helping businesses, kind of pulling each other up. So that's a good mindset to have.
Yeah. Speaking of that, what unique challenges do you think Black businesses face?
I really think
And
it's mindset.
hmm
It's mindset. We've all been victims of what I would call, you know, bias. We've all experienced it, but you can't let that stop you. You can't let that slow you down. I know that's easier said than done, but when you have talent, you have talent. I love to use the example of Michael Jordan, because if we were talking about skin color, he would fit the description of a true black man, right? But when he's coming up the court, that color goes away. That talent supersedes everything to the point where his talent surpasses what you see, right? It's the same in business. If you can execute business, it doesn't matter if you're a small business, a black business. If you get that work done and you make that client happy, you're going to thrive. And if we understand that principle, we can psychologically succeed before the business even succeeds. And I had to learn that. I'm still learning that lesson. And that's why I love the platform that you all have here today, because this is feeding the mental need that we have. We're mentally defeated sometimes, and we have to kind of rise above that. And so that's what it's all about. Don't look at yourself as a small business. Don't look at yourself as a inferior. Just do the best job you can do, and those clients will see that and they'll come back.
So, what is the legacy that you hope to create through both your nonprofit business as well as your media business?
Well, I think I'm just trying to pay these bills. But no, all jokes aside, I think the key is doing exactly what you all are doing, and that's helping others kind of raise up, right? Just helping others. If you have a measure of success, just giving back and helping others. I think that's the key. And that's what you're doing. That's what I like to do. I still have so much to learn. And we all just want to grow. So if we continue to help one another, I think that's what I'd like to. I don't necessarily look at it as a legacy per se, but I think just helping the team and within an organization, if you do that, I think everyone can thrive.
So, when I think of some small businesses, one of the things that I find is a major issue in business is like being able to follow up. Like how we always hear the fortune is in the follow up.
Right.
And I speak to a lot of small businesses on a regular basis, and that's where they miss the boat on. I can't believe how many, businesses actually do not have like a CRM or funnels, or what would you encourage for a small business to really go to the next level?
Yeah, that's a good point. The follow-up is truly important. It's also what I call business association. Uh, In the contracting world, we can have a prime and a sub. Business association mindset will cause you to look at these primes that have these large, we call them IDIQs or GWACs, large contracts that they've been awarded. And you can approach that prime and say, hey, I'd like to help you out. This is what I can do. And so that's business association. Just continue networking with businesses that are where you want to be. And within every organization, teams need help, right? And so just pretend that you're already working as a sub for these major organizations, even doing spec work. So in video, I can create content that I can show them, and just think big. Don't limit yourself. Stay positive. Be supportive. Be humble. And that's my advice. Just to your point, follow up, but follow up with some capability statements, some things that can allow that business to utilize you as a sub.
So does your business actually create funnels, and like, do you have like an autoresponder system that a small business could utilize to help with the follow-up?
Yes, we can create all of those things, even down to the hardcore commercials or PSAs. And so a lot of businesses don't have the basics, right, when it comes to just a digital capability statement where we can kind of comb through your past performance. We can show what you've done visually because our minds process video 60,000 times faster than text. So if you're sending a paper capability statement versus someone who sends a commercial of that amazing work they've done, then they've got a little jump on you. And so that's what we can build for organizations. We can build a digital capability statement that you can send out to clients, and we enjoy doing that. So to your point, that's something that we highly recommend. Have a digital capability statement or commercial, something telling the story of your business.
Okay. Okay, so what are some, resources or, organizations that you find particularly helpful for Black business owners? Like, are you implementing AI, for instance? Like, do you think, I know a lot of people have a lot of misconceptions sometimes about AI. They feel like AI is going to take over their job, or, they don't really want to utilize AI. But what's your thoughts on that?
Well, I think it's very important to keep up with tech. So it's not that we're going to lose our jobs to AI, but you will lose your job to someone who's using AI. I use ChatGPT just about every day. You can get more creative with your prompts. You can say things like, help me build a CRM. And then there are other amazing organizations like the one that I'm on now, where you're providing a communication platform. So this is the future, right, of communication, utilizing live streaming to kind of communicate. And so platforms like this are amazing networks, and I'm not just saying that because I'm on it, but this is how we can communicate effectively. And this is how we can connect businesses to one another. So I would continue to, look at resources like this. The SBA is trying to do a better job of this, but I think it takes a collective community, kind of working together to do it.
Yeah. So, I'm a big believer in that as well, because I'm like, well, I got to join the party, right? Because at first I was like, AI, I don't know, but I'm finding that it is, something that can be extremely helpful, to your business. So can you share maybe a success story or a testimonial that exemplifies like the impact your business has had on other businesses? Like, have they come back to you and say, "Oh my gosh, Sean, I have more customers now," or can you share
Yeah,
on? Yeah, share that.
absolutely, absolutely. So we've had, wow, we've had a lot of success, and it's, you don't often look back at your own success because you're always trying to, move forward. But as I look back, um, you know, here recently, we've been able to interact with a lot of high level corporate clients, like the American Diabetes Association. And so we did a project with them called Project Power. And it was to really help communities be more aware of the need to monitor diabetes, type 2 diabetes, especially, excuse me, in the African American community. And
Mm,
so the impact of that project was nationwide. We had a national budget for the national campaign, and just being able to see how your work has reached a national level was extremely fulfilling.
mhm.
I had a team. It wasn't just me, but I worked with some talented individuals. But very fulfilling to see a communication project reach a national level.
That's awesome. That's awesome. So, I've known you for many years, and I mean, I even know, when you were this high, yay high, right? And I'm so proud of you and
Thanks.
all of the many success stories you have. And I remember way back when Disney World wanted you to come and work with them, and you were just a young teenager. You want to elaborate on
Wow,
that?
you remember that? You remember? Yeah, so technically that was just an internship offer, and it was through the school. So we went down, you know, and they had the Disney Dreamers Academy at the time, which was very inspiring. Which is why I think it's very important that our young people be exposed to these careers early. Um, I'm very passionate about the schools and then the lack of industry involvement. But
Mhm.
if we can bring industry into the schools early, it's very rewarding. So thank you for the compliment. But
Mhm.
I would say it's because I had an amazing marketing teacher. Her name was Miss Laura Cross, and believe it or not, she's actually still teaching.
What?
She's teaching in Loudoun County,
Wow.
but she believed in all of us. So good
That's
teachers. That's
excellent.
the key.
That's
Yep.
excellent because, I think a lot of times people are missing that mentorship. And if they just had someone to take them under their wing and mentor them, they could just do some amazing things.
Right.
And the reason why I brought that up was because you've done a lot of work for American Classic Agency, right? So I can speak on your work from that. You've done phenomenal work for us. And the reason why I segue into that was because not only can you create the videos, but your voice, right? You do a lot of voiceover, and some of the videos that require speaking, you're able to even do that. So, talk a little bit about that.
Okay. Well, I almost sound as good as Brandy, Hubbard, but but yeah, I enjoy, writing and doing voiceover work. It's fun. I love it, and so
Mm,
being able to combine that with the imagery has always been a passion for me. So I enjoy doing it, and that's a service we also provide for clients. We can do PSAs and commercials for various clients. So really love it. Really enjoy doing it.
Okay, so would you say we're going to talk a little bit about growth, right? Would you say your original business plan has evolved over time? Like, where do you see your company going?
Well, I think we all have to become adaptive. I think there's always room for growth. I would love to expand in being able to help more people work some of the contracts that we've been able to acquire, and then of course acquiring more contracts. That's our goal, and with that growth, you can see company growth. You can work with more individuals. Right now, we're on like a 1099 contract by contract scale pattern. So if I get a contract, let's say helping, there's an amazing organization I work with called Simple Media. They do Broccoli City every year. They do amazing activations. And so working with them has allowed me to scale. And so increasing partnerships is a goal, and growth overall. Being able to hire employees longer than just maybe short runs is a goal. And so, yeah, that's that's a something we'd like to see moving forward.
Okay, okay. So if there was something else that I actually missed that you would like to share, what would that be?
Well, I
Like,
think you've been very thorough. I think you've got it. I think I would say keep doing this. This network, talking to businesses, it's amazing. I think this is so needed right now. And so I would say continue doing this work. And if there's anything we can do to help, further that, we'd love to support it.
so we do have a little time left. So when it comes to scaling, what are some of the things that you think that can actually help a business um, scale? A lot of times I think some small businesses, when they first get started, they don't realize just how important marketing is, and actually, because here's the thing, you could be the best doctor, the best lawyer, but if you want to open up your own practice, people are not going to come and knock on your door saying, I need a lawyer, right? So
Right.
it doesn't matter what field you're in. I think the one piece that people really miss is the marketing piece. Can you
Oh
talk
yeah.
a little bit about that?
Absolutely, and great question. Brandy, you always have the good questions. It's not the best product; it's the best promoted, right? And that is dead on with good marketing. You have to be a marketing animal. You have to be a monster when it comes to marketing, and you have to have the right confidence. And that's why earlier I said, if you are a small business, okay, don't look at yourself as a small business. Look at yourself as the biggest, baddest, best business on the planet. And don't let anyone tell you otherwise. And if you happen to be a minority, don't look at yourself as inferior. Look at yourself as the biggest, baddest, best in the game. And that confidence, um, that you have when you walk in the room, it will resonate. Don't lose the confidence. Don't lose the drive, because there's so many things out here that can zap it from you. Um, so having the right mindset and having the aggressive marketing approach is key. And people love that. People love when you have that confidence. You just have to find the fire to pull it. Now, what created the fire in me was my supervisor telling me I couldn't do videos anymore for the federal government, and that they were, shutting down operations, people losing their jobs. Um, while this was very discouraging for me at first because I love video, um, it also lit a fire under me as well, to say, well, I'm going to start my own company because I'm going to continue to do what I love to do. And so, everyone listening to me now, everyone that has a business, sometimes you wake up early off the coffee and you have that fire. Just don't let the fire go out. Get out there and challenge yourself, and people will see that you're serious, and you'll be fine. So
Yeah,
that's
because
yeah.
I understand, right? I get it. Like, um, when you first start a business, sometimes the money is funny. You know what I mean? But you have to spend money to make money, right? And I think that oftentimes the one thing that doesn't get as much attention as it needs to get is the marketing piece.
Yeah,
you know
I
and
agree.
promoting. You can't be a secret agent. As an agent myself, we always say you can't be a secret agent, and
Hmm.
that's going to be the key. Like the Black Business Network is amazing, right? So I'm trying, we all need to pull together and get the word out, about this amazing network that is really pulling together and helping businesses. So with that being said, what is a good client for you? Like, you
A,
know,
a, a good client. A good client is a client that keeps coming back. But in order to get a good client, we have to be good ourselves, um, or a client that really knows what they need, right? And they're willing to communicate that and take a chance on you. A lot of times you find those clients in the corporate space because they have larger budgets, they have um, a brand that's easy for you to attach yourselves to. So
mhm,
for me, a good client is a returning one and one that
mhm.
refers, right? So,
Absolutely. Referrals are
yeah.
key, right? So, with that being said, like let's say you had a small business that came to you and they didn't really know what to do. Like based on their industry, are you able to help them decide like what is a good marketing piece? And do you have marketing packages, let's say, that would fit different budgets? Because I know
Absolutely.
I can't
Absolutely.
afford. No, I'm just playing.
Absolutely. And as a matter of fact, we just opened a new studio here at National Harbor
Mhm.
specifically for LinkedIn PSAs. So if you're
Mm,
a doctor's office, a lawyer's office, and you need a quick PSA, you can come to our studio here at National Harbor, and we have teleprompters, which make it very comfortable for you to kind of talk about your business. And, we can help you load that on your YouTube channel, your website, or on LinkedIn
okay.
so that you can generate more business.
So, I'm so excited. I'm so happy you came on the show today. How can people reach you?
So our website is federalmediasolutions.com. And my email, which we can post as well, it's Sean, SEAN, at federalmediasolutions.com. We try to keep it simple so you can remember how to get to us.
Okay, okay. Do you have any closing thoughts or encouraging words you want to share with the audience before we leave?
Sure. I just want to say thank you. And this is great. And keep this network going, keep it thriving. And then for my businesses out here, don't look at yourself as being inferior. Keep that fire going inside of you, and keep your reading list going. And I hope everyone can thrive.
Absolutely, because self-development is key when you're in business. It's needed to help you to keep going because nobody said it was easy to be an entrepreneur. Because if it was, everybody would be an entrepreneur, right? So,
Right. Absolutely.
yeah, so some days, sometimes those days is tough, but I always remember my why. I'm in the business and networking and meeting awesome people like yourself. So
Thank
I'm excited. Thank you for coming. And one last time, share your information before we go.
Sure, sure. So it's the website is federalmediasolutions.com, and I can be reached at Sean, SEAN, at federalmediasolutions.com. Thank you so much, Brandy. You're always super enthusiastic, so appreciate talking to you.
Thank you. And genius is common. And I'll see you on the other side.
All right.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
Art to me is a creative expression of something from nothing. You know, it explodes onto the canvas, or it explodes on in my work. One of the things that I try to do more than anything is I try to just give the lines and the movements and emotions and expressions into what I do. Art really means to me a chance to express how I feel deep down inside. Most of my art begins as a thought that I might have, you know, whether it's sports, whether it's history, whether it's a woman or a man. It pretty much starts as an idea of thought before I get into the actual image of what I'm going to draw. I do a lot of historical pieces. I was a history minor in college, and I love to do history pieces. And a lot of times I'm thinking about history, and then I try to make that history impact you as you look at it. That's one of the reasons I do pictures so large. People ask me, why do I do pictures so big? And I tell them, I want the piece to impact them as they're looking at it, to kind of dominate them, dominate their space. And most of my pieces I try to do off page. I don't try to do anything that's going to be in those four corners or in a square. And I want your imagination to be a part of the piece that you're looking at. The way I feel when I'm drawing, when I'm creating something, is I feel free. I feel like there's an anticipation of something that's going to come. I try not to draw first. I try to draw second. And what I mean by that is I try to allow myself to kind of get into the piece and just relax. Sometimes I miss time. I'll draw 2-3 hours, sometimes 4 hours, and while I'm drawing, it's just a free. I just feel free. I mean, I feel like time stands still. That's what it's all about in terms of the lines and the colors of my work, is to get an expression, to go deeper and past just what you see on the surface, but to go and try to find an expression that everybody gets a different taste of what that expression is, whether it's anger or whether it's being happy or whether it's being, kind of calm or nonchalant. That expression that people take away from the piece is the most important part of what I do as an artist. Bold is the size of my pieces, where I try to do the piece larger than life, to kind of push forward toward you. That's what the boldness is all about. It's not so much about the lines, it's about the size. The Face of Change art show is inspired by my mother, but more importantly, it's a historical moment in time as the pieces depict different emotions and expressions of Barack Obama. The 44th president is indicative of the 44 pieces of art that I have done in this particular collection. When you begin to think about expressions and portraits, this is a portrait gallery of expressions of what transpired as Barack Obama ran for office. Some of the pictures are abstract and some are expressionistic. And I combined both of those forms of art to create this collection of art pieces. Overcomer, brilliant, ambitious, motivated, awesome. Obama.
Are you a Black entrepreneur with a vision for global success? Are you ready to take your business to the next level? Introducing the Black Business Network, BBN, one of the largest Black business showcases in the history of the world. The only 24/7 global multimedia ecosystem dedicated to connecting and promoting Black entrepreneurs, brands, and businesses globally. With BBN, you can sell your business now 24 hours a day to over 200 countries. Reach a global audience in real time, build trust, and generate leads like never before. Access a world of opportunity with our live streaming and replay platform, featuring on-demand content, documentaries, and exclusive interviews. Get your exclusive, one-of-a-kind Black Business magazine covers that feature you and your amazing business today. And tap into our Black Business Global Chamber of Commerce, where your voice will be heard globally with over 1 million business owners. Learn the insights and strategies that Black entrepreneurs are using to grow today. Power your business with the Black Business Black Credit and Debit Card. Get cashback, access microloans, and build your business by doing business with Black businesses worldwide. Stay ahead of the curve with the Black Business World Report, our yearly intelligence magazine, providing industry trends, government programs, funding alerts, and so much more. BBN is more than just a network, it's a revolution. It's a global movement, uniting Black entrepreneurs from over 200 countries to share knowledge, build relationships, and create economic empowerment. And for corporations, BBN offers a unique opportunity to demonstrate your commitment to diversity and inclusion and access. Submit your corporate commercial today. Sponsor BBN, reach a targeted audience, and support the growth of Black-owned businesses. Our Black Business Ambassador program provides support and detailed information on all activities. From onboarding to mastermind think tasks, they cover it all. Whether you're looking to expand your business or your viewers, BBN brings together the tools, talent, and technology needed to grow Black-owned businesses worldwide. It's where we speak, sell, connect, and rise. Live and on demand. Join the Black Business Network today. Visit bxtv.org to learn more and unlock your global potential. Where business is broadcast live. Where the future is today. Call 919-308-9090 for your Black Business Fireside Chat today as we showcase your amazing business to over 200 countries. Black Business Network, one of the largest Black business showcases of Black business in the history of the world. Call today 919-308-9090 USA.
Bravery is not the absence of fear, but the ability to overcome it. We stand for those who defy suppression, who speak out, and those who walk the road less traveled. Everyone deserves to be seen and their voices to be heard. We're sparking a movement, growing a community of creators united by the desire for freedom, choice, equity, and ownership. At Fanbase, it's all for one and one for all. We support each other to guide, promote, and uplift you in a place where you can unapologetically be yourself. A place where your voice, ideas, and creativity are not just welcomed, but celebrated. We are Black founded, minority funded, and supported by a diverse, inclusive, powerful community that believes in the strength of authenticity and individual choice. Regardless of success or background, we welcome you. The marginalized, the underappreciated, the successful, the superstar. We're for all who seek a space to express themselves freely, where they are rewarded for being their authentic, true self. We transcend labels because only we have the right to define ourselves. We are built for the brave, the culture, the creators, and for the future where everyone has a power to shape their own destiny. Where all are empowered, voices are amplified, and freedom is embraced. For the first time, you have a chance to own the platform you helped make popular. It's a revolution. A movement in how we connect, create, and share. Everyone is a creator, and everyone has a fan base. Here, you can be you without limits.
At 5-Star BDM, we don't just elevate brands, we forge industry icons. Our mission is to amplify your business and personal brand through dynamic AI-enhanced strategies and an elite professional network of over 20,000 experts. We empower entrepreneurs and small to medium-sized businesses to lead, scale, and transform. Our powerful network accelerates your speed to market and connects you with unparalleled growth opportunities. If you're ready to lead, we'll position your brand to set the industry standard. Explore our comprehensive services designed to build your brand, drive growth, and innovate your business. From personal branding and business development to technology solutions and investment banking, we offer tailored strategies that deliver measurable results and help you dominate your market. Our personal branding service uniquely tailors your professional story. Starting at just $99 per project, we offer online courses, in-person workshops, and scheduled weekly calls. Perfect for individuals beginning their personal branding journey, we help you craft a legacy that commands attention and respect. Strategic plans and execution are at the heart of our business development services. We focus on sustainable growth, helping you secure funding, scale operations, and expand your market reach. Our expertise ensures your business thrives in competitive environments. Innovate with custom artificial intelligence, machine learning, and software solutions tailored to your needs. Our technology services are designed to enhance your business operations and drive efficiency, ensuring you stay ahead in the digital age.
Discover real stories and real results. From healthcare startups to tech entrepreneurs, our clients have achieved extraordinary success.
For instance, a healthcare brand transformation led to a 40% drop in patient infections, showcasing our impact in diverse industries. Every speaker has a moment where their words can spark inspiration, drive change, and transform lives. But what happens after the applause fades? With 5-star BDM, your voice doesn't have to fade. We transform your live session into a professional ebook. Imagine your session becoming a permanent interactive asset, reaching new audiences across the globe. Like Grant McGough and Dr. Eric Kelly III, whose session on the Mindset Revolution continues to inspire thousands through their custom ebook. Your ideas can become a lasting impact. Turn your session into an ebook that not only tells your story but expands your reach, builds your brand, and engages your audience. With embedded videos, custom graphics, and a stunning flipbook or PDF format, your message will inspire long after the event is over. And for a limited time only during the Black Business Olympics, get your custom ebook today. This is your chance to transform your message into something truly unforgettable at an unbeatable price. Your package includes a professionally designed ebook, a flipbook or PDF, embedded video of your session, and custom.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
Hello, 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 business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Brandy Hubbard. I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Tonight's keynote speaker, let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Jerry Smith. I am so excited to be moderating on behalf of someone who has been in the business over 41 years. Mr. Smith is a 41-year radio veteran who has also worked in television. Mr. Smith has worked in numerous music formats throughout his radio career, such as classic rock, top 40, AC, hip hop, urban. He is also the recipient of many awards that include the Drummer Award for Program Director of the Year by BRE Magazine. He launched his own consulting company back in May of 2020. He received the President's Lifetime Achievement Award in 2021, and that's just to name a few. I'm super excited to be here with Mr. Jerry Smith tonight. Welcome, Mr. Jerry Smith.
Thank you for that introduction, Brandy. That is awesome. I was looking around like, who's she talking about? Oh, that's me. That's me.
That is so awesome. I'm excited to just meet someone of your caliber, Mr. Smith. Thanks for being here.
Well,
So, with over 41 years in the
yeah.
music, and wait, before I go any further, you sure I need to see that driver's license because you don't look like you old enough. But I'm just gonna say that. But in the
Listen,
music and entertainment industry, can you share some key moments that shaped your career journey from your early days as DJ Hollywood to becoming a renowned gospel music programmer?
yeah. First and foremost, I give honor to God for this opportunity to be with you, Brandy, and just to share a little bit about me and my life experiences, my business, my journey through life. A young man who has come from humble beginnings, the projects of High Ridge Gardens, to living out in the suburbs of Cary, North Carolina. It's just been an amazing, amazing journey. And I'd like to thank Dr. Eric Kelly III for the opportunity. And of course, those who are watching, I just want to encourage you to sow into the young men and women that this platform benefits. The next set of entrepreneurs, great minds, young men and women. You'll hear the different ways that you can sow and make a donation. But I always encourage people never to forget where you came from. You've been through a whole lot yourself. You've studied, you've made sacrifices, and now you're at a whole nother level of lifestyle. But don't forget where you came from, and don't forget those who helped you to get to where you are. But to answer your question, Brandy, wow. When I was 12 years old, I knew I wanted to do radio. 7 years later, I was doing it in college, Central Connecticut State University, at the age of 19. DJ Hollywood was my college stage name. But the things that really impacted my life and influenced me, I would say my first radio job, it was a small AM gospel station in Greenville, North Carolina. And the manager, his name was Jim McManus. And Jim hired me, and the only really experience I had at that time was college radio. And in college radio, it's like freestyle. You do whatever you want. There's really no rules other than cuss and stuff like that. But I could play the same song for 5 hours if I wanted to. And so when I got this job at WBZQ, which was a gospel station, they trained me on how to execute their format. And I was supposed to play Christian rock, gospel, contemporary Christian music and praise and worship that was kind of like Gothic or like Catholic music, where it was like a cappella and they would just sing. It wasn't like more like chanting type music. And so I just wanted to play the Black gospel and the contemporary Christian, which sounded more like pop. And so I was only on the air twice, part timer. I think it was Saturday, and I was breaking the format. I wasn't doing what they trained me to do. And so he called me in his office after my second week and sat me down to meet with me. And he said, "So how long have you been doing radio?" And at that time, I said 2 weeks because it was commercial radio and I had only been doing it for 2 weeks. And he said, "You know more in 2 weeks than I do in 25 years, huh?" And I knew exactly what he was talking about. I knew I wasn't doing what they trained me to do. I knew I was breaking the format. I knew I was playing the music that I liked. And he said, "When you're on the air, you're not what we are selling to our advertisers, our clients, and the listeners. When you're on the air, we're something completely different. We trained you to be a professional broadcaster. You've got two choices.
Right.
You can do what we trained you to do and continue to be employed here, or we can part ways." And I said, "I'll do it the way you train me, sir." I had no bass in my voice, Brandy, because I knew. And when he said, "So you know more in 2 weeks than I do in 25 years, my heart sunk from my chest to my foot because I knew my feet. I knew where that was going. And that was a great life experience because it taught me that I had to execute. That's what the expectations were. And what he was training me for was broader than that gospel radio station. It allowed me to do hip hop and rock and classic rock and adult contemporary. That's the AC, which is Barbara Streisand, Neil Sedaka,
Okay.
Billy Manilow, Kenny Rogers, Kenny Loggins, Michael Bolton, that soft rock, soft whatever, white music. And so it was like, if you learn what we're trying to teach you and train you, you can work in any format and you can stay employed for 41 years, so that was like the biggest thing that I learned early in my career. I was only after 2 weeks, and man, that has blessed me and my career to this day.
Wow. That sounds very interesting. So I'm assuming that somewhat inspired the JAS consulting, right? And how does the company specialize in, music radio format?
Well, the JAS consulting really was something that I had to pivot into. 2020, I was with a company for nearly 20 years. I was working through corporate with them and just growing, not only professionally and stature, but financially as well. And when COVID hit in 2020, the company had to make really tough decisions. And they laid off 360 some odd employees company wide, all on the same day.
That's a lot.
And I was one of those casualties. So I prayed about it and I was like, gosh, here I am, long in the tooth, because that was only 5 years ago.
Right.
And I'm like, who is going to hire somebody in the midst of a global pandemic, not an epidemic, but a pandemic? And who's going to pay me what my salary would command? They could pay somebody a quarter of what I'm being paid, what I'm earning. And so God spoke to me and he said, "Do for yourself what you've done for others all of your career." So JAS Consulting and Entertainment has a potpourri of things that I've done, different hats that I've worn. I've consulted artists without any compensation because it would have been a conflict of interest, but I would give them best advice or best practices on what I thought, not knowing, but just what I thought as a program director would help them get their music played on the radio. I've been blessed to be mentored and tutored by great program directors, and I became a great programmer, getting great ratings. And that's where the consulting radio part came in.
Okay.
So I would consult artists, I would consult radio. I also got my hands into booking artists for the company that I worked for as a talent coordinator for cruises, comedy shows, and concerts. So under the umbrella of JAS Consulting, I help book talent for people that are looking for artists. I've developed through my career relationships not only with the artist and direct contact, but with the artists, the record labels, and their management. So someone would call up and say, "Hey, Jerry, I'm interested in booking Shirley Caesar for a concert. Can you help me out?" Yeah, I have Pastor Caesar's personal information. I have her manager's personal information and the record label. Normally, I just go directly to the manager and say, "Hey, can you check Pastor Caesar's availability for September 1st? There's a Labor Day concert that they're interested in booking her, and is she available? Yay or nay? And if so, 15% fee for the booking. Workshops, comedy shows, seminars. As a matter of fact, I have a clean comedy show that's coming September 20th, just in 4 weeks from now.
And
And
tell us a little bit about that. Where is that going to be at?
it's going to be in Sanford, North Carolina at the Mann Center. It's, I think, 506 Steel Street. I have 3 former BET Comic View comedians. One of them also did Russell Simmons' Def Comedy Jam. Shanita Morris, aka Chocolate. She's the Def Jam and BET comedian. Also, Sean Sarvis out of the DC area. He is one of the comedians. He performed on BET Comic View, and Gravedigger. He was also a BET Comic View singer. And I incorporate music too, Brandy, in my shows. So I have 2 national recording artists who happen to be from North Carolina that I have great relationships with, Kimberly Michelle Prince and another young man named Gene Hoskins. So I have 5 very talented people. The ticket price is only $25.
Y'all heard that?
Yes, yes. And you can get those tickets at eventbrite.com.
Ah, okay. So you have a little bit of promoting going on in there too, huh?
Yeah, yeah. And Brandy, these are all things that I did for the companies that I worked for. I put on comedy shows. I put on concerts, outdoor music festivals. I help coordinate workshops. So I do music workshops too. And it's just been a blessing and a lot of fun to do it for myself. You know what I mean? It's words can't really articulate and explain how gratifying it is to do something for yourself.
Right. I can definitely relate to that, So as the content coordinator for Radio One, you oversaw 14 stations, right? And actually you also helped to launch 7 nationwide.
Yeah.
So what challenges and successes did you experience in that particular role?
Well, I'll start with the successes. The successes is blessing people with quality program in those markets: Atlanta, Georgia, Houston, Texas, Detroit, Michigan, Cleveland, Ohio, Charlotte, North Carolina, Richmond, Virginia. Those are ones that come to mind, to give them an FM station, Washington, D.C., and Baltimore, Maryland, a FM station with crisp, clean sounding gospel music, because a lot of times gospel radio stations are on AM stations and the signals aren't as strong and as clear as the FM. So that's the thing, putting on a quality product that garners great ratings, and hopefully the sales team give them something that they can convert into revenue, because radio is a business. A lot of people don't realize that it is a business
Yeah,
venture.
absolutely.
And then I would say the challenges sometimes being like I reside here in the Triangle, Raleigh, North Carolina. And when you go into different markets, there are people that work for the company themselves. They get a little insecure having somebody come from the outside and oversees them, and they kind of naturally feel threatened, like, oh God, is this guy going to come in and get rid of me, or am I going to lose my job? So that was kind of like the biggest challenge, just reassuring people that I'm not in there to harm you in any way, take your job, get rid of you. I want to help you grow, because I've been blessed to have a lot of people that sewed into me. I did have some people that managed me by intimidation, and I said I would never manage that
That's
way.
everywhere.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Right. But I said I want the approach of these other great programmers and mentors that did it in a positive way to help me grow. That's the approach that I want to do. And that's kind of ultimately what happened over time. But that was the biggest challenge, is just reassuring people that I'm not coming in there to bully you and make your life miserable.
Right, right. You've been a part of the brain, right? The brain trust team there, right? For significant events. Like, can you share involvement in events like the Women's Empowerment Network Expo? I love that. Women empowerment, right?
Yeah.
Love cruise, lamp lighter, award show. I mean, this sounds fascinating.
Well, thank you, thank you. And I can't take all of the credit. I was a part of those ventures. Some of them were visions that God put in my heart, that I introduced to the company. Some of them took time for them to jump on the bandwagon, but after they did, and they saw how beautiful it was and how impactful it was, they were all on board. But I'll go to women's empowerment. Women's empowerment was an event that was created for Women's History Month, the month of March. And we had some really strong women in the company that we worked for, and they wanted to do an event commemorating Women's History Month. And Eric was involved in that somewhat early on too. I hear all different iterations of how it began, but from my knowledge, they got together, and Dr. Jocelyn Elders was the first keynote speaker. And then we had someone that came in that had a friend that was heavily involved with the Sister to Sister conference. So we incorporated some of those ideas, like having the expo, having musical guests and entertainers, vendors pavilion. And my role was helping to secure the talent, the talent coordinator, and also to put the lineup together for the show, how things should flow, and managing the stage. And I became really, really good at it, because I have this weird thing, Brandy. I'm like, we can do what they do in Hollywood here in Raleigh, North Carolina. There's nothing new under the sun. And if they can do it in Hollywood, in Miami, in New York, and it looked fantastic and marvelous, and it's run tight and beautiful like it should be shown on television, well, guess what? We can do it too. And so that was my mindset and my contribution. And it did. It was amazing. And
That
so,
sounds good.
yeah. And so the One Love Cruise, my role started really small, just to help to book artists for it. They asked me, hey, Jerry, we need 6 artists 6 gospel artists for the cruise. Can you help us out? Sure. These are the ones I recommend. They'll do great. I contacted the record label, the management, and they're on board. And then they said, well, since you're, you know, the liaison between the record labels and the artists, do you mind coming on the cruise? And I was like, you want me to come on a cruise? Sure, I'll come on the cruise.
Oh, is it complimentary?
Yes, it was complimentary. Yes, yes.
Mhm.
And so, so they were like, Jerry, you did a great job. We want you to be more involved with the cruise next year. We want more artists. We want you to put a staff together to help you manage the stage because we want more shows. And then before you know it, they were sending me to different countries. They're sending me to go on cruises to get my opinion on the ship. Do you think this is good enough for our cruise? And what my goal, Brandy, was to equal or outdo the Tom Joyner Fantastic Voyage. Because
I know that's right.
yeah, that cruise is huge.
Yeah.
It's legendary. And I was like, again, if they can do it with Tom Joyner, we can do it with gospel. You know, we can get the best gospel artists. And that's how it turned out. It was like a family reunion. All of the A-list artists were looking forward to being on that cruise. And I went from booking the artist and setting all the stages, all the lineups, all the concerts, to working with the seminars, the pastors and speakers. And I would pinch myself. I was like, is this real? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's crazy. I would meet dignitaries from different countries and go in there and talk about our company bringing a cruise to their island. And, you know, it was just insane. But
It sounds amazing.
yeah, but, you know, my thing is there's nothing new under the sun. And if they can do it for Tom Joyner and that staff, well, we can do it on this side as well.
So JAS Consulting, you all offer a range of services from like radio promotions to booking agency and event planning. You know, how do you navigate the various facets of the music and entertainment industry through your company?
Well, first and foremost, again, I want to just reiterate, those who are watching, I encourage you to make a donation for the kids. We want to help them with their books, their tuition. Right now, I know a lot of college students are starting fall semester. My daughter is taking a class this fall semester as well. So please donate. We need to help them with the laptops, tuition, books, all of that stuff. And you're sowing into fertile soil. Well, for me, Brandy, to answer your question, a lot of the stuff comes naturally and easy because I've always been open-minded to learn different things. I didn't want to be pigeonholed. I didn't want to be, you know, just could only do one thing. So I was always open to learn how to do different things. And so for me, some people ask me that question like, Jerry, how in the heck do you do all this? You just transition from one thing to the next seamlessly. And the best way I can describe it is because I just have that experience and just not being fearful of trying or learning or trying to just cut off my learning curve. I always think when you stop learning or when you think that you know it all, then that's when you stop growing.
We're always learning every day.
Exactly. And that's just been my process approach. And it's blessed me. I just had a friend 3 weeks ago who got laid off of her job. Same thing happened with the company that she worked for. And she was like, the only thing I know how to do is be a DJ and program radio, just those two things. And radio is shrinking with syndication,
Right.
with AI. So if you can only do those two things, then it's going to be harder for you to pivot into something quickly. It was easy for me to pivot because I had experience in so many facets of entertainment and broadcasting.
Mhm. Yes, I can see that. I always say, you always have to have that plan B.
Yeah.
You don't
C
want to
D
put
E F N G now.
not, I mean, and you don't want to put all your eggs in one basket. So, I truly understand that. You have a message, right? Your message is knowledge is power.
Mhm.
And the more we know, the more we grow. That fits right into what we were just talking about. So, how do you incorporate this philosophy into your work, and your interactions within the industry?
Well, a key part of that is something that I don't mention in that line. And I actually learned this part when I joined an entrepreneurs group, trying to learn more about being an entrepreneur because all my life up until 2020, I worked for someone. Now I was a paper boy. I DJ'd on the side. I was the hype man in the club and the DJ in the club and weddings and office parties and stuff like that. And that you make a little money, but not enough to sustain a household.
Mm-hmm.
And so I joined this entrepreneurs group to find out more about being a small business owner. And one of the things that I learned that was so like, it was like the biggest aha moment was it was sure knowledge is power, but application
I'll get it.
is key.
Not if
And
it's not applied, right?
right. So it was like you can have all this knowledge,
Mm-hmm.
but if you aren't applying it, then it's just sitting there dormant. You've
Mm-hmm.
got to activate it, and the activation of it to make it work in your favor is the application.
Absolutely.
So now that's what I talk about. But for me, the my interpretation of that was just learn as much as you can in different capacities, different aspects of whatever it is. So don't only learn how to be a DJ, learn how to do the commercials, learn
Mm-hmm.
about sales, learn about promotions, learn
Mm-hmm.
about the social media aspect. That's four different branches of
Mm-hmm.
the entertainment as opposed to just pigeonholing yourself to that one because you never know if this one goes away. Well, you got knowledge in these other four areas. Maybe you can get a job in sales or social media,
Right.
like a webmaster or podcaster,
Mm-hmm.
or maybe you can get in marketing. There's
Mm-hmm.
different aspects. And so that's what, when I
Absolutely.
say knowledge is power, that's what
Mm-hmm.
I mean. But now you got to apply
That's right.
that
It ain't
knowledge.
no good just sitting there. It ain't no good, right? Okay.
That's right.
Yeah, I know I said ain't.
Right.
I learned a long time ago from my mentor, look,
Right.
proper English, don't pay the bills, but we know how to, utilize proper English when we want to, but
But sometimes we have to talk that way to get
yeah,
the point
you know what I'm
across.
saying?
Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am.
So, that's interesting. And I want to bring out a point you talked about when you said sales, because in my line of work, I'm in sales, but I like to look at it as like, educational, providing education for people, and whether they decide to take a part of what I do, that's up to them. But so many people say, "Oh, I don't think I want to do sales," but you're selling yourself every day.
Yes.
Whether you're on an interview, you have to sell yourself to
Yep.
make that person want to hire you, right?
Yeah.
So, developing those skills in sales is important in every aspect of your life. It's So I just had to throw that out there. And with that being said, who were the programming minds that played a significant role, in shaping your knowledge in the broadcast industry? And how did they influence your approach to programming?
Wow, that's a great question. And first and foremost, I'm just going to name them and then I'll tell you various things that I learned. So Jim McManus, he was the very first one. He was the general manager, but he was a Caucasian man. He worked in various formats, including R&B, and he had a wealth of knowledge and experience and saw something in me that I didn't see in myself. As a matter of fact, they encouraged me to leave the radio station. They said, man, you've outgrown us. Here I am sitting in his desk a year and a half earlier, and it was my way or the highway. And then a year and a half later was like, listen, you got to leave us. We're paying you minimum wage, but you are going to be very, very successful in this business and earn a great amount of money. And we encourage you to leave us and go on to bigger and better things. I was like, is he just trying to get rid of me? After a year and a half, but everything.
Is that a unique way of fire?
I know, but everything he said came into fruition. Then after him, there was a guy named John Stevens. I actually worked. Two John Stevens. John Stevens was the radio name for the Caucasian guys. That was the hot name, DJ name. So I had two programmers that were John Stevens. One who was very influential in my life. He taught me about integrity and doing things the right way and not taking money and alcohol and drugs and women to play people's music. His name was Dick Shannon. And I didn't know at the time that Dick Shannon was this big time radio promoter because I was so green, and he saw something in me that came into fruition as well. He told me, he said, you're going to do well. He called me to his office to give me a promotion, to move me from the night DJ to afternoon drive. And I was shocked because the guy who was in afternoon drive that I was replacing was a longtime DJ there and very popular. And this is when we flipped the format from easy listening, the AC format, to classic rock. And he said, you don't know anything about the music and you transition the best. You sound the best. And you don't know anything about these Pink Floyd and Peter Frampton and Jethro Tull and, the Who and all this, But that goes back to what Mr. Jim McManus, the lesson that he said, we're teaching you to be a professional broadcaster. So you can work in any format that you can get a job in because you're executing.
Right.
So, but Dick, he saw, when I was sitting there, I was like, why is he saying this stuff to me? Everything he said came into fruition. Then there was my mentor, who was Alan Sneed, who was a consultant of all different formats. He's the one who I really, really admire the most. Jay Stevens was influential, Cy Young, Jay Michaels. And they all had certain aspects. They were all very, very good minds in radio. And I just took a little bit from all of them, come up with my own secret sauce formula, and then, be Jerry Smith. And now I give back. I mentor young men and women and sow into them and share my experiences and my knowledge and wisdom, hoping that they will go on to great things as well. And I feel like I'm paying it forward to all of those people that I mentioned that sowed into me.
I'm glad you said give back, because that brings a question in my head. I remember you served as the chair, right, for St. Jude Children's Research Hospital Radio Cares Advisory Board
Yeah.
for about 5 years. How did that role impact your perspective on giving back to the community?
Well, coming from humble beginnings, I just remember people that gave. My father passed at a young age, 29, going on 30.
Mm.
My mom became a widow at a young age, and she had four knucklehead boys. I was the oldest of four. She did everything that she could do to keep us out of trouble, to
Mm.
clothe us, feed us, put a roof over our head. She was very intelligent. She was an entrepreneur herself. She was a stylist. She graduated college, got a master's degree, also after my father passed. But I never forgot the people that helped us out. So I have a giving and serving spirit by nature. Um, Working with St. Jude and going to that hospital just opened my eyes to how it benefits not only Caucasian people, but minorities as well. My perception of St. Jude was really weird until I went to the hospital
Mm.
and visited. Prior to that, I just would help local organizations, the Boys and Girls Club, or
Right.
organizations in my community that needed help. But once I saw that St. Jude was far beyond the walls of Memphis, Tennessee,
Mm.
I was like, wow, okay, if my child needed a place like this, going through childhood cancer, they would take my daughter, and I'm from North Carolina. So, I just fell in love with the place. Um, I didn't want to be a chair, but everybody, I helped to raise over $10 million for St. Jude through
Wow.
various radiothons, and I was really dedicated. We would raise anywhere from 1 to 1.4 million dollars a year, and over a
Awesome.
10-year time span that I worked with St. Jude. Um, 5 years prior to me becoming chair, during my time there was over $10 million. And so people saw all the hard work and dedication. And I have a way of influence in a positive manner to articulate or paint a picture so people can see by
Mhm.
giving to this hospital how it
Mhm.
not only benefits people that you may know, but one day it could benefit you or someone you
Exactly. It could be something that happens to you personally, and
exactly.
I can sit here and talk to you all day.
Yep,
We,
yep.
we, you know, we don't have a whole lot of time left, so before we have to go, I want to definitely get this question in. What's a good client for you? Um, um, you do you work with corporations? I notice here that you help stations have a quality rating and a winning sound. But other like who would be a good client for you?
Who would be a good somebody that's got some money and can pay their bills on time? They would be a wonderful client. If you're broke and don't have any money, well, it would be a tough client to
Right,
take.
right, right, right. You're
But
funny.
in all seriousness, I just have a heart to help people.
Okay.
When it comes to radio, anybody that wants to put on a quality sound, if you're doing radio, you know how challenging it is.
Mhm.
And there is a formula for success. If you're an artist trying to get your music played on the radio, uh,
Mhm.
if you have the talent, not everybody was meant to sing. Uh,
Mhm.
and when you try to do radio, um, yeah, well, get your music played on radio commercially. You've got to have some skills and talent. But I love taking people that have talent that may not have the name recognition, the know how to go about it. I love taking them and
Mhm.
elevating their music careers. And I've done that successfully with a
Awesome.
bunch of clients.
That's
One of my
awesome.
clients, a prime example, 2 #1 Billboard national airplay charting singles. And he just had one
Amazing.
in July. Exactly.
Oh, awesome.
Independent artist, competing
Mhm.
with the Marvin Sapp's, Kirk Franklin's, Yolanda Adams, Tamala Mann's,
Right.
Cobbs Leonard, Jacqueline Carr, and his name #1 on the chart list, just like theirs. So that's what I
That's
love.
awesome. You better go, Jerry.
To God be the glory. He gets all the credit. There's no
Well,
doubt about it.
well, let's tell. We got to wrap this up. So let's tell people how they can reach you.
Yes, very simple. My website is jerrysmith03.com. That'll take you to the JAS website. My number, email address, all the contact information is right there. Jerry Smith 03. I'm the third, just like Dr. Kelly. .com. Jerry Smith 03.com. And again, please donate to the cause. I can't remember what the Cash App is, but I'm sure you're going to hear it throughout the rest of the broadcast day. Again, thank you, Dr. Eric Kelly. Say that again.
And they can contact you. Go to the website and
Okay.
find out what your contact information is,
Right.
and be able to get in touch with you that way.
Right. Yeah, you can get in touch with me that way. But I'm talking about to make a donation
Right.
for the kids for back to school. If
Okay.
you can, whatever, just watch the broadcast, get the information, and make the donation.
Well, we're going to bring you back, Jerry, because this has been a great conversation. But we got to wrap it up. I've really enjoyed being here with you. Genius is common, and I will see you on the other side. So, okay. Right. So, listen. I'm excited that we had you here today. And there were so many other things I wanted to ask you. So we definitely going to have you back.
For sure.
Everybody, make sure they, reach out to Jerry. And once again, we appreciate you being here today. And we look forward to seeing you again. So,
Likewise. And you've done an amazing job. I enjoyed my time with you as well.
Oh, thank you so much. So once again, genius is common, and we will see you on the other side. Thank you so much.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world. Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
What if you could build your own city? A place where every child can find nurturing people to help them achieve their full potential. A place where every adult can access job training support, where health education is abundant, where social justice ruled the land. A place without limitations. Welcome. You have arrived at STEM City USA. It is what every city should be. A safe and trusted community where you find people and resources to help you become everything you are and beyond. STEM City is unlike anything you have ever experienced. It is a digital twin of the world around you, only better. STEM City is about energy and soul renewal. It is more than a digital world. You can almost feel the power of live cultural events, music, and theater. STEM City promises a better future for children with caring mentors and hands-on activities with dedicated tutors to support our youth. STEM City is your passport to a healthy lifestyle with weekly events addressing our community's many issues. STEM City is your financial well-being with helpful information on wealth management, career advancement, job training, and so much more. STEM City is the community you deserve. It is the city where your dreams can come true. STEM City USA, a place in the sky that is accessible to all who reach for the stars.
Over the past few years, we've seen the growth of existing and new initiatives focused on financial inclusion, building global networks, and reducing the wealth gap in response to the idea there's not enough seats at the table. Whether their outcomes are to increase the representation of Black executives on corporate boards, ensure an inclusive global economy, or to create new U.S. African commercial pathways, the strategies are often carried out by separate programs. The question is, should they be? With the continent of Africa being home to more than half of the world's fastest growing economies, the youngest workforce, over 400 companies generating more than $1 billion annually, 700 generating more than $500 million annually that are poised for growth, and being the destination of nearly $5 billion in venture capital in 2021. Diversifying U.S. and Africa commercial engagement by building bridges between African businesses and their U.S. diaspora should begin being seen as mutually beneficial. From helping to reduce Africa's enormous capital gap to catalyzing two-way trade opportunities, the COVID-19 global pandemic hopefully has taught us that global challenges and opportunities are more interconnected than we thought. During the pandemic, African companies like Unicorn Flutterwave, insurance provider Reliance Health, ride-hailing app Yasir, and 54Gene, the continent's first bank of DNA on people of African descent, proved that when African companies have access to networks, capital, and information, they grow big, grow fast, and create solutions that are valuable to the world. This is why Be Direct was created. We are the first U.S.-based but African-centric board preparedness and board search company designed to connect U.S. Black talent and corporations to African businesses. Unique and fundamental to Be Direct's success is our process of helping board candidates adapt their experience and networks to an African context before they're connected to high-growth companies that are looking to locally and globally scale. From our focus groups with African business execs and government leaders, we don't ignore the sentiment that business is easy, but people are hard. Having a pool of board candidates with hard-to-access networks and extensive experience across the business life cycle, including successfully raising capital, is table stakes for an initiative like this. So yes, we have that. But corporate or entrepreneurial success in the U.S. does not guarantee success in Africa. Developed alongside industry partners on the continent, our training program, Be Direct Prep, is designed to transpose their experience to create cultural comfort, understanding, and a commitment to helping businesses in Africa scale. Our board governance sessions are African, continental, and country-specific, integrated with cultural awareness and dexterity training, masterclasses led by African industry execs, and mentoring and coaching from African continental-based facilitators. But even more unique to Be Direct Prep, we cap off our training program with an immersion trip to help candidates that have not been to Africa before see and feel Africa's complexity and opportunity from African soil. We all know traditional network-based board placement has historically left a lot of us out of ever really being in the paid board pipeline. Our strategy supports the work of many great organizations that are successfully filling seats at U.S. board tables by creating more tables for those that are still left on the sideline. It's time to start seeing the role and value of U.S. Black talent and businesses on the continent of Africa differently. Old perceptions and habits limit economic inclusion. Let's transition Black talent and the African businesses they will support from the periphery of the global economy to its core. Living in a global lockdown, we all know now how fast local and global economies can change, and see the value of having businesses that hire, strengthen local value chains, and even grow globally. Status quo in any form holds back progress. We must democratize U.S.-Africa commercial engagement by socially and economically connecting cultures that have long been disconnected. It's time for Africa's U.S. diaspora to redefine their global value by helping African businesses scale continentally and globally.
This is Dr. Arnold T. Petsworth. He's the owner of Petsworth Vet World, a veterinary clinic in Hopton, Connecticut. His patients include dog, cat, frog, fish, Goldie, dog, and this alpaca. Due to doctor-patient confidentiality, we can't tell you their names. Business at Vet World was steady, and then quarantine hit. Neighbors brought new four-legged friends into their homes. Bunnies. Bunnies everywhere. Dr. Petsworth welcomed these new patients with open arms. The only problem? There were more appointments than he could manage. That's when Dr. Petsworth turned to his American Express business card, which offers spending potential that's built for his changing business needs. He decided to hire a new assistant, Julio, and with spending power built for business purchases, he used his card to furnish a new exam room. Together, Dr. Petsworth, Julio, and American Express Business made sure all the pets of Hopton got the love and care they deserve. And everyone was happy. Get the card built for business by American Express.
Sometimes you got to hear the news from the Black perspective, and more specifically, Black publishers. And that's exactly why you have to download the Hey Tie app, the largest mobile app delivering breaking news, videos, and podcasts from 200 of your favorite Black publishers. Yes, 200 Black publishers delivering news as it happens, literally all in one app. Go to HAYTI.com or download the app in the Google Play Store or Apple App Store. It's completely free, along with information that you can trust.
Hey everyone, it's Grant McGaw, CEO of 5-Star BDM and host of the award-winning Follow the Brand podcast and TV series, where I help you to build a 5-star brand that people will follow. My genius is personal brand development through intelligent communication and helping you achieve your business and career goals. I am a requested speaker on digital technology and brand development issues. I want to work with you to increase the value of your current opportunities while attracting new ones. Every one of you is unique, and we all share challenges that can be addressed through smart branding. As a super connector, I work with you as an executive coach to guide you along the complicated business and career development road, providing the enhancement tools and information you need to succeed. Together, I will help you succeed in today's challenging business climate. I will evaluate and measure your progress. Best of all, I am right alongside you every step of the way. Build the brand called you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black business. I am Black business. Are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am.
I am Black business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black business. I am Black business. Tell me, are you Black business? I am Black business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black business.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Hello, business owners, entrepreneurs, thought leaders, and corporations. Welcome to the Black Business Network. My name is Brandy Hubbard, and I am your business moderator for this evening on the Black Business Network. The Black Business Network is a 24-hour business network showcasing Black businesses, business owners, entrepreneurs, and thought leaders worldwide. We have speakers from North Carolina, London, Singapore, Africa, Japan, and cities all over the United States. The Black Business Network is a global community sharing its business knowledge to empower, inspire, and educate businesses about business. Well, I am super excited this evening. Our next speaker is Mr. Darius Smith. He is the CEO of Stay Ready. I get that, right? Stay ready so you don't have to get ready. He is a leadership strategist with over 28 years of experience in leadership, military intelligence, and information technology. He empowers individuals and organizations to lead authentically and courageously while evolving with purpose. Driven by people, purpose, and passion, Darius cultivates trust, authenticity, and transformation within organizations. At Stay Ready, he instills strategic insight and discipline, fostering a winning from within mindset. His mission is to inspire authentic leadership, unwavering conviction, and continuous growth. Stay Ready delivers tailored solutions that strengthen teams and drive lasting organizational success. I am looking forward to this interview and I am going to take a lot of notes myself. Welcome, Mr. Darius Smith.
Hey, Brandy, how you doing? Good to see you.
Hey, well, I'm excited.
Me too. I'm ready to get after it.
Let's get into it. Let's get this great information. We're going to jump right into it, Darius. What was the initial spark that ignited, the idea for your business, and how did your background shape that vision?
Thank you for that question. So the spark for the business, it came towards the latter end of my career in the military. As I was preparing to retire, they always ask you what you want to do when you grow up. And for a few months, it was, I don't know, right? All I know is the military, because I had been in the military longer than I had been out in my life, if that makes sense.
Yes.
So that was my spark. I was like, I had been leading teams, right? I had teams up to 4,000 people, and building those teams, trying to organize the culture, making sure I'm taking care of other people's kids, and accomplishing the mission, strategically thinking, and things of that nature. So that made me think, like, so when I grow up, I want to continue this, right? This is what I love to do. People are my passion, as you mentioned, people, purpose, passion, and people are hard. So when you start to learn the insides out of people, then you can lead authentically, right? You can be yourself. You can show up who you are every time, and people will naturally gravitate to you, or they won't, but they know you'll be your authentic self every time. And that's what leads the lead from within, the win from within mindset, is because we already have everything inside of us that we need. We just got to cultivate and hone those skills and just grow as leaders.
Oh, yes, absolutely. I'm in full agreement with that. So with that being said, what were some of the biggest obstacles that you faced in the very beginning, and how did you overcome them, as a entrepreneur of color, right?
Right. So, real vulnerability moment. The biggest obstacle was me. Right. I ascended to the top rank in the military, which is E9. And I thought I had it all figured out, right? Like I just mentioned, I've been leading people and teams. So I got this. Business is different.
Right.
So when I got out, I started experiencing these things, and financing was a struggle. And then trying to do everything by myself. Realizing that you got to collaborate with others to essentially get where you're going. The old African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, take your people with you.
There you go.
So I had to learn that. That was probably my biggest challenge, my first year and a half into business and trying to grow it, is I was trying to do everything by myself, and I thought I had it all figured out, but I didn't.
Right. I can definitely relate, being in a leadership role myself. I can definitely understand where you're coming from when you say that. So let me ask you this. So who were the key mentors, or individuals that supported you like during those early stages, and what valuable lessons did they impart?
So I have a few, and most of them was my military brothers and sisters who also, retired out of service and then went on to start their own businesses. And I think the biggest takeaway is, instead of competition, we need to focus on collaboration.
There you go.
It's always better to work with a team instead of, like I said, trying to do it on your own. It's tough, but when you have a team of like-minded individuals, who can give you honest feedback and keep you in line with, hey, or give you that honest feedback, like, no, that's not a good idea. It's not going to work. I tried it. Or let's look at this obstacle and how we can overcome it together. Let me help you.
That's so key. Oh, you hit the nail on the head, Darius, because, I think more people need to think like that. Collaboration is key too. There's enough money out here for all of us.
Absolutely.
And when you work together, you go further. And a half a piece of a watermelon is, better than none at all, right?
Right. And
so I think that's no, it's okay. I think that's a key that's missing, right?
Yeah.
So
one of my I call him a business mentor. He was saying us as, the Black businesses, We focus on owning 100% of our business versus 10% of multiple businesses. And if you switch your mindset, then you only got a lot, really, the 10% that you have invested into those other businesses. Now you will allow multiple streams of income to come in. So collaboration is huge. And it took me, to swallow that pill and, swallow my pride and say, hey, I need help. And when I absolutely stood up and asked for help, I had a lot of good brothers and sisters out there ready to pick me up.
Yeah, because I can really see that too. Like, being in the military and you raised up to those ranks, sometimes you might find it tough to ask for help. I could see that happening. So let me ask you, can you share a pivotal moment or like a make or break decision then that significantly impacted like let me say that trajectory. Let me tell you of your business.
Okay, yeah. Let me. That's a good question. The thing that comes to mind immediately is I had a potential client, one of the city leaders here in Texas, and we set up a discovery call. And here, technical difficulties, things are, just anything that can go wrong went wrong. I finally got him on the call. We talked, had a great conversation for about 30 minutes. He was like, okay, let's follow up. This is what we want to do next. Let's move forward. And then he ghosted me. So, call back, email, no response. And, I started doing reflection, like, this is business. And the type of line of work that I'm in, when you're talking about leadership development, the training and coaching and just workforce growth, you have to be on your game. So I sent the message to him and I said, hey, I understand, we had a disconnect and, the opportunity, maybe gone for this client, this partnership. So can we just connect so I can get some feedback?
Right.
On where I missed the mark and things like that. And it was a good young brother. So he called me up and we talked about it. And that was absolutely it. It was just, because I was new to the business and here I am growing and trying to show what I can showcase my abilities, but the technical difficulties, because I don't want to say I wasn't ready because I stay ready.
Right. I can't, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You can't say that.
Yeah, but the technical difficulties is what was the setback, and it kind of discouraged him. Ultimately, I was able to go down and do a workshop for him and his team, and they liked it. So, a second opportunity is kind of, that was the make and break, because I was at the breaking point because I was discouraged, and then he allowed me the opportunity to come back and, rectify my wrongs.
But that took courage for you to even, continue to follow up and ask him where that, miscommunication was. I thought my business was the only one that people joined the witness protection program in.
Yeah. Oh no, I get ghosted a lot. You call people and you're trying to make those connections and you're like, okay, you read my email, or I left a message 3 times, no response. So it is a struggle, but you have to be persistent and continually, consistency is key.
And that brings to mind, the fortune is in the follow-up.
That's it.
The fortune is in the follow-up. And I just want to say that a lot of businesses fail because of that, because, they follow up 2 or 3 times, but the average person needs to be followed up like 7 times.
Well,
yeah, most businesses like, I don't want to feel like I'm harassing them, but let me tell you, that fortune is in the follow-up. So, when you think of the different challenges, that's definitely one of them. But I can think of another one, and that leads to my next question.
Okay.
What specific steps did you take, Darius, to secure initial funding or resources, right? And the second part of that is, what advice would you give to other entrepreneurs that are seeking capital?
Oh, excuse me. I appreciate that question. For me, it was my circle. The people of like-minded individuals that I surrounded myself with. I was able to secure funding from that network. So I had investors who believed in me. They actually sold and poured into my business until, I was able to articulate my vision, what I want to do and where I want to go. So they actually afforded me the opportunity by investing into me.
Can I meet them friends?
Yeah, I'm sure they're available. I'm certain they're available. Right?
I'm telling you, that is awesome. To have people to believe in you and to support you that way. So can you give any advice? I guess what I'm taking from that is, sometimes your resources are the people
Right.
right? What kind of advice could you give other entrepreneurs?
So for me, again, your resources.
Okay.
Don't be afraid to reach out, ask for help, because there's
Mhm.
something you don't know. And
Right.
John Maxwell always asks, instead of what do you know, he says, who do you know that I need to know? And that's powerful,
Exactly.
right? Because I don't need to
Yes.
know everything. I just need to know who you know that you put me in contact with. And once you put me at the table, it's my job to keep that seat at the table or to hold my own. And
Oh, yes.
the biggest, most critical piece of advice I can give when it comes to resources is know your business, know your numbers,
Absolutely.
know your mission. And
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I thought you were done. Go ahead.
but if you know that, because that's going to be the
Mhm.
first question, who you are, what you're about, and
Mhm.
where you're going. Because if
Absolutely.
they're gonna pour their money into you, they need to know what am I doing and how's my money going to grow from this.
Okay. I don't need somebody who's just willy-nilly. Okay. I need to know you have a plan in place, right?
Right.
And sometimes it's not who you know, like you said, it's who they know
Right.
that you're trying to get to. Okay, awesome, awesome. So, how has your original business plan evolved over time, Darius? And what market shifts or customer feedback, has influenced those changes for you?
For me, the initial business plan, I came in, I say I'm doing leadership development or workforce development. And that was it. It was too broad. I
Mhm.
didn't have a niche to where I can actually cast my net. So when I'm marketing and putting, brand recognition out, it's who am I trying to reach? Right. It
Mhm.
was just it wasn't strategic. So the way I refocused my business plan was I went to middle managers and small business owners specifically, because the small business owners, you think of a small business as just 200 employees or less, right? I consider that a
Mhm.
small business. So
Mhm.
when you think about those folks, they own a business, but they might not know how to lead or build a team. And that's where
Mhm.
my expertise come into play. So I
Mhm.
can come in and listen to your pain points and say, hey, okay, well, let me help you here. I
Right.
do behavioral analysis, trying to figure out why the team's not gelling or, what's
Mhm.
missing. And once we do that, I do the workshops to kind of say, hey, with the DISC assessments, this is how a D and DISC, the dominant person, can work with the I, the influencer. These are some of the
Mhm.
things you want to say, and these are some of the things you don't want to say. And, so with that, like I said, I switched down to middle managers or new managers, right, at the mid-level, and then small business owners. And now at the end of 25, going into 26, I'm going to also move into the youth space.
Oh, that sounds interesting because
It's
they
going
need help,
to
Darius.
move into the youth space, and I'm working with a partner of mine, and we're going with Mindset Matters.
Oh,
So we're
yes.
going to offer a curriculum. It's not a one and done thing. It's one of those things where we're going to help these kids, kind of change their to positive self-talk. Because for the
Yes.
most part, we're influenced by social media and things like that. So if you can get out of your head worrying about what everybody else think of you, you
Mhm.
can go a lot further. So the Mindset Matters initiative is what I'm working with now.
Because what they think don't pay the bills. Okay.
Absolutely. That's it.
Okay. Yes. Yes. I love that. I love that because our youth need help. A
Mhm.
lot of them feel entitled. A lot of them don't have the guidance they really need. So I really appreciate that part that you're about to implement.
And with the, if I can, with the Mindset Matters,
Mhm.
we're actually,
Mhm.
it's a full curriculum. It's a whole school year. So
Mm.
we're actually going into schools to, kind of get almost like an elective period. It's not worth a credit
Mhm.
or anything, but we're
Right.
working from sixth grade all the way up to high school. And we'll spend a period with them and take them through the curriculum and
Mhm.
just work with, hey, how do you feel about this? Or where do you see yourself at this point? And we'll spend an hour per session with them, and it'll be each week, and it'll last the entire school year. And what we do is we go to the school board or the superintendent and the principal. We sit down and we say, hey, this is where the attendance was with this child, or
Mhm.
test scores and things. Like, we give them metrics and show them, hey, this is how we're
Right.
winning with this program. It's successful because student A, B, or C has increased attendance and their test scores are rising.
I love that. That's awesome. Look, you need to expand here in the Virginia Beach area, okay?
Absolutely. We'll be in contact.
These kids need it, okay? So strategies did you personally use, Darius, to build your brand and like create a strong customer base, within the Black community and beyond?
So for me, the brand building, right? What I've learned is it is all about branding. When I show up as Mr. Stay Ready, right? So I got to have my brand or my logo somewhere on me. And naturally, people want to know what Stay Ready is because number one, it's spelled funny with the 4, right? And, 4 has a meaning other than the A, which is, trust, authenticity, culture, and transformation.
Okay.
So all of those leadership pillars that I spoke of earlier. But it's just showing up authentically who I am in the community. So the young kids, the youth, or people that look like me, when I'm out in a space, they know that they can do it too, right?
Yes.
I'm not better than them. I am them.
Right.
So it's just being that example and branding myself, right? Merchandise or just being able to wear to have people want to know what it's about.
Yeah, that's so important. And it's more important than people really think. Because me personally, I feel like if you can do it, I can do it too.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? So, setting that example and that's great. I'm on board with that as well. So, Darius, how did you navigate like the challenges of actually scaling your business, like including, making sure you built a team, you're managing operations and like really like maintaining quality, right?
Right. So that's definitely a good question. So, for me, I had to learn the hard way. I had to learn that it's about collaboration versus competition. And fortunately, I was able to have peers that are kind of in the same space I'm in. So we were able to connect. They already have a quality product that they're offering. And, I was able to partner with them, go in and do workshops. And the other C word other than collaboration is credibility.
Yes.
So swallowing my pride instead of trying to do it on my own, I partnered with the other teammates that I had, and I built my credibility by showcasing my abilities on the stage, for lack of better terms, or in the classroom.
Yes, that's key, Darius. And I just want to say, too many Black businesses do not do that.
Right.
That's where they miss the boat. For example, I'm a part of a Black Chamber of Commerce here, and one guy owned the ice cream shop, and the other guy owned the cookie shop. So they decided, hey, sell my cookies in your ice cream shop, and I'll sell my ice cream in your cookie shop, right?
Right.
So, things like that. We have to get more creative and get ourselves out there and not feel like, oh, I'm going to give him business or he's going to take my business away. When you work together, you can go further. So I could really appreciate that, which leads to my next question.
Okay.
Because you always stay ready, right?
Oh. I don't know if I'm ready for this one, but I'll give you my best.
Okay, so what key partnerships or collaborations have been instrumental in your business's growth?
Oh, okay, I'm ready for that one.
Okay.
So I'll start with core leadership. That's a good buddy of mine. He also was in the military, and he saw me struggling in the beginning. So we set up. He sent me a personal message. He was like, "Hey, little bro," he was like, "Let's set up a call." It was a discovery call, and he started coaching me because as a coach, I still need a coach, right?
Yeah, we all do.
Right. So, and that was another lesson in mentorship that I learned is coaches need coaches too. So you see somebody who's doing what you're doing, but they're doing it better than you, then it would be in your best interest to kind of latch on. So core leadership was first and foremost. And then LaFleur Leadership Institute. We've partnered on different endeavors and again, other networking opportunities and mentorship calls. It's a quick text message. Hey, how you doing? What are you working on? Yeah, how is it going for you? Have you looked at it this way? Or send me what you're working on, and then they'll provide some advice or feedback and say, this is how you can make it better. This is how you can reach your client or probably meet their intent.
And oftentimes businesses don't realize, they don't stick and stay, right? Because, failure is a part of success.
Right.
There's no way around it, right? So what were some of the biggest lessons you learned from failures or setbacks along the way?
So thank you. Another good question. Oh, you bringing it today. So from failures, right? I really learned that, you got to swallow your pride. It's not all about me. It's about the product I offer, right? Because, when you get in the mindset of I want to be my own boss, you're never your own boss. You still work for your clients. And then you said, you was like, businesses don't stay. So when I mentioned core leadership, he was one of the ones I initially partnered with. He lives in Florida. I live in Texas. The opportunity was here in Texas. So he came out, brought me along with him. We did our project, the workshop for the group. And then the following year, they brought me back.
Ain't that something?
So, because again, it's not that he did a bad job. It was just a handoff. Hey, let me feed you this. And then if it goes well, I can bring him back in and we can partner again. But now it's a lot easier because I'm here locally and it kind of lowers their expense.
Exactly. And I'm sure that experience contributed to your success.
Yes.
Right. So how did that help you with like your current products and services?
So now that, I mentioned Mindset Matters and the curriculum that I'm working on, I am now reaching out to potential partners and looking to expand. You mentioned the Virginia area. Last week, I was on a call with the guy up in Baltimore.
Okay.
So we're going to try to work up in Baltimore, maybe get a school we could pilot with over there on the East Coast. And see how we can make it work. And once we showcase this, I'm telling you, it's a home run hitter.
Is your program like with military, because there's a bunch of military facilities here in Hampton Roads, I don't know if that's like a connection for you, or is it mainly like corporations?
So no, we work with the school districts.
Oh, okay. The school district. Okay.
Yeah, we go through the school districts, right?
Okay.
So that's the tough sell, right? Because it's not really curriculum, but it's one of those assembly type, I don't want to say for the troubled kids, but the kids who really want to learn and learn more about themselves and who want to grow. The personal development and growth. We bring them in, and the kids that don't want to be there don't have to. This is just something to uplift these kids and raise their self-esteem. One of the things that really got me into this was a good friend of mine. I posted my retirement picture and she was like, well, what do all of those stripes mean? And I explained it to her and she was like, well, why don't you talk to the kids back home? Because I'm from Florida. And I was like, I never thought about that. She was like, I'm certain there are a lot of kids that have interest in the military or just ROTC in the high schools as a course, but they have nobody to turn to. Because their parents don't know, because their parents didn't do it. Or, they don't have any positive role models in the community that they look up to. So she was like, you need to just look into actually getting back to the kids, the youth in the neighborhoods back home or wherever you are, and kind of just, sharing your wealth and show them, hey, you look like me. You can do it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. That's really, really important, because when people see others, like, if I see a woman doing it, I'm like, well, if she can do it, I can do it, right?
Absolutely.
So yeah, having those examples is so important. So you might have touched on this a little bit, but what is the core value proposition of your current products or services? And how do they address the specific needs or challenges of your target market?
The core value proposition. So I'm the win from within, right? You have everything you need to be who you are, right? You need to lead as yourself because everybody else is already taken.
Okay.
So
there's no more brandies out here.
Yeah, that's it. That's it. So So when you learn, you become comfortable with yourself, and you can, you can lead authentically, courageously. And when you make a decision, you stand by it because you're standing for something. You absolutely know what your why is. So, knowing your why, you tend to get a little more passionate about it, and you're full of conviction, and there's no wavering from that. So for me, during those intake calls, with a prospective client or whatever, that core proposition is, hey, what are your pain points? What are you experiencing right now? And where are you and where do you want to go? And let me help you walk down that path, because everybody's path is different. And I also advise you run your own race. It's kind of put those blinders on, because when you look to the left and the right, you start getting distracted, and that's where you lose the focus.
Yes.
What your goals are.
Yes.
So
Because,
it's the pain points.
and then some people get discouraged, Darius,
Absolutely.
they feel like, well, if this person accomplished this in 3 months, but you don't know that person's circumstances. Everybody's circumstances is different. The whole point is, even if it take you 10 months, as long as you don't quit, you're going to get there, right?
Right.
So, with that.
Can I add to that? When you talk about being discouraged, I won't call it a failure, but when you start looking at the government contracts and you bid on these contracts, and you're like, man, how does this person keep winning? Like, what am I doing wrong? Like, why is the same person winning the same contract? Or not the same contract, but the same person's winning over and over again. So, again, that's when that vulnerability moment kicked in, that pride went to the side. So you reach out and say, hey, help. Tell me what's going on. What am I doing wrong? Can you look over this? Right? Because again, there's enough for all of us to eat. It's enough money to go around. And, once you establish yourself with credibility, you partner with more people, and then those other organizations will reach out to you directly. And then you'll be able to be that springboard for other organizations.
And you never know, that person who wins the contract, they may not have all the help they need.
Yep.
And they may bring you in as a subcontract, or you just never know, right? So networking and collaborating, that is so key. So Darius, how do you ensure that your products or services are culturally relevant and they actually, resonate with the Black community, let's say?
Oh, wow. Powerful question. So for me, I mentioned it a few minutes ago, is being my authentic self. I don't know if you can hear the twang in my voice, and I always talk. I make jokes about, I use short sentences and small words. Right. My mom always told me, if you can't spell it, don't say it.
Right.
Right. Because people start expecting more from you. But I've been successful with that. I've showed up as myself everywhere I've gone, and I brought my own unique experiences to the table. So when I'm in the community, I can relate. Fortunately, my kids are all adults now, and they kept me in line with all the dance moves or what was happening on the social media front.
Right.
So when I went to work, I was able to connect with the younger kids in the organization, and I still use that to this day. Hey, what does Riz mean? I call them like, hey, what's this Riz stuff these kids talking about? It's like, I don't know. So, but they'll tell me, they be like, Dad, you're so lame or whatever. But when I go back to work, I'm not lame to those guys and girls, because now I know what you're talking about.
Right. It's good to have teenage kids or young adult kids that can keep you, in on what's going on.
That's it. Or when I get dressed to go somewhere for an event, they be like, no, Daddy, that ain't it. that ain't it.
That's terrible, right?
Yeah. I'm working on it. That's all I say. I'm working on it.
Yeah. So what innovative features, Darius, or aspects differentiate your offerings from competitors in the market?
That's a great question. What differentiates me is, I want to say, the accessibility and the authenticity of it, right? But with AI being so prevalent now, and everybody gets a cookie cutter answer. So you go to organization A and organization B, it won't be anything tailored. So everything I do is tailored. I have a conversation, an intake with the organization, find out their pain points, and my products are designed solely for that organization.
I love that. I love that, especially accessibility, Darius, because I get tired of calling places and it's press 5 for this and press 25. You done been on there 30 minutes and still don't have the person,
You
right?
just waiting, listening to the music, and listen to the
So,
elevator music.
so that is definitely key. I can really appreciate that. So with that being said, can you share a success story or a testimonial that exemplifies the positive impact that your business has had on your customers or your key strategic goals for the next, customers or the community? I'm sorry.
Okay, so I was out doing a speaking engagement. It was an organization just trying to have a networking event, and he asked me to open. One of my buddies asked me to open it up. Kind of come in. It was a group of Black men. Not necessarily business owners, but Black men in the community. We all came together for a fellowship event. So I opened it up, and as I was speaking, afterwards, I was approached by another guy, Tony Thomas. He's starting the Good Brothers. It's a nonprofit organization where we do mentorship here in the community in San Antonio.
Okay.
So once a month, it's kind of like a Big Brothers, Big Sisters program. Where we go out and, we mentor everyone. Actually, it's not just kids. When I say Big Brothers, Big Sisters, it's that type.
Right.
But there's an opportunity for us to just, connect and congregate here in the local community with like-minded individuals or people who look like us who just need to be redirected or just provided some advice or encouragement.
Right, right. That sounds good. Where you at, Texas?
Yes, ma'am. San Antonio.
You need to come to Texas, right?
Come on. We got room.
Okay. So what role do you see your business playing in addressing social or economic challenges within the Black community?
What role does my organization play? I think it's the influence. The influence, right? So my circle of influence, as that continues to grow, again, we show people in the communities that I'm in, through the outreach programs, hey, you too can do it. You have a vision, have a dream. Let's get this blueprint together for you on how we can walk you through your steps, right? Because it's not going to be my steps. Darius made it a certain way. It's not how, Brandy's going to make it or Tony's going to make it. I just have to find out what your vision is and your end goal. And then we can go through these paths, right? Where you're going to be successful. It's going to be some hard truths, right? Some pride you're going to have to swallow, but you have to really just be engaged. So it's just that encouragement. It's the encouragement and the staying visible and being that, I don't want to say role model, but being that person that looks like them, that they can continue to look to, say, hey, if he's doing this and he's still smiling, he's successful, and why can't I?
Yeah, just setting examples in the community, right? Just being out there in the community. When COVID had hit, a lot of us, was home, right? So getting back out there in the community and networking and letting them know, that you're there and that your company exists and that it can help them, right? That's the most important thing. So, how do you plan to create opportunities for other Black entrepreneurs or professionals, like through your business?
So my plan for that is to just, when I expand, I can go far by myself, but I can go a lot further, right? Expand my footprint by bringing my teammates with me and other entrepreneurs. So, they'll bring a different aspect, a different swag, a different flavor of leadership. Like I said, nothing is cookie cutter. And when, organization will call and say, hey, I'm having this particular pain point. This is what I'm stressed about. This is where I'm struggling. If it's not my expertise, I absolutely got somebody for you that can kind of hit the mark, and that'll build, again, that credibility with my company along with the other company. Because, even if I don't work with Darius, I know I can call him and say, hey, this is what I'm struggling with. Who do you know that I need to know? It's back to that again. And it's that footprint. So I don't have to hoard everything. I know there's enough opportunities for everybody. You just got to get out and get it. So my goal is to, as I rise, everybody rise with me, because once I build that circle of trust, you know, in my, you know, the circle of influence will continue to grow too, because we'll all have each other's back, and, you know, each one teach one.
That's right. That's right. So, you know, the Black Business Network is an amazing network, right? Where had I not been the moderator tonight, I wouldn't have met someone like a superstar like you, right?
Okay.
So, but you know, it's important, right, for us to all connect, you know, and this is an amazing way to do that. You meet people that you otherwise would not have met, right? So how can the Black Business Network best support and empower, you know, Black entrepreneurs, you know, in pursuit of success, but not just other people? Like, how can it help you, Darius?
So help me just continue to spread the word, give the opportunities, right, to showcase what we're doing, right? I'm a small business right now, but the more visibility I have, the more outreach, you know, the more influence I can have right now nationally, and hopefully expanding to internationally. So
I know that's right.
It's just one of those things where it's word of mouth. And
Yes.
once the word and my credibility continues to grow based on Black Business Network, I really appreciate this opportunity. And that's the biggest thing, right? We share the network, the social media outlets, how they can reach and follow me. And if you see what you like, then it's a win for everybody.
Right. So, you know, we've said a lot tonight, right? So what would be like a good, like, I know you said you go into the school systems, right? So a good connection for you would be maybe someone who works in the school system, or knows somebody who works in the school system, or who else would be a good connection for you to help your business?
A good connection for me would be somebody with connections. so you know, like,
No, but
yes,
what I'm trying to
got you.
find out is it somebody in the school system?
So
Is that
yes,
your main focus, or are there other avenues too that can help your business?
so what I do, just like you mentioned, the Black Chamber of Commerce. You know, I frequent the Chamber of Commerce here, the
Okay.
Black Chamber of Commerce, but the school districts. You know,
Okay.
anybody in that community, because ultimately you want to get to the principal of the school or the superintendent of that district. And you know,
Gotcha.
there's plenty of gatekeepers between you
Oh,
and the
yes.
superintendent.
I know. In my line of work, I definitely understand. Okay. Well, y'all heard that. If you know anybody in the school system, or principal, or anything like that, please, you know, connect with Darius, and he's about to tell us how we can do that. How can people reach you? How can they connect, Darius?
Gotcha. So you could follow me on any social media outlet, which is Stay Ready, ST4Y Ready, on Facebook, Stay Ready _leadership on Instagram, and then I have a YouTube page, which is Stay Ready Leadership. My
Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
website is www.stayready4yreadyconsulting.com, and you can email me directly at info@stayreadyconsulting.com.
So the main thing that I want to point out is make sure stay, you know, instead of spelling it the STAY
right
way, we're going to spell that ST4Y.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I just want to make sure everyone gets that. So once again, that website is
Stay Ready Consulting with ST4YREADYCONSULTING.com. I had to make sure I got it right. It was a test.
You know, Darius, I have really thoroughly enjoyed this interview with you. You know, I'm wishing you continued success. Is there any closing words you want to say right quick in 30 seconds or less?
30 seconds or less. Okay. Thank you to the Black Business Network for the opportunity. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. We're making a difference one person at a time, teaching you how to win from within, to lead authentically and courageously. Be yourself, because everybody else is already taken.
Mic drop. Genius is coming. And I will see you on the other side, Darius. We look forward to having you again.
Thank you.
Have a great night.
You too. Thank you.
Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? Listen, I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black business in the world. The world! Sign up today at www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090. I am Black Business.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Are you Black Business? I am Black Business. Do you support Black businesses? I support Black business because I am Black Business. Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of Black America in North Carolina.
Join Dr. Eric Kelly III and a host of phenomenal speakers from all around the globe for this 7-day virtual event that you don't want to miss.
The mission of the Black Business Expo is to raise scholarship money from kids all the way from high school, all the way from college. The Black Business Olympics is one of the largest Black business showcases in the world. It is an opportunity for businesses and companies to showcase their businesses globally. We are going to be giving away laptops up to $5,000 away to students. Again, I'm Olivia Appleberry, the founder of 2 Cents Finance and one of the speakers for the expo. I am so excited to see you there. For more info, go to www.blackbusinessexpousa.com or call 919-308-9090 and hope to see you there.
I am Black Business. From the moment I wake until the time I sleep. Yes, I am Black Business. I am Black Business. Tell me, are you Black Business? Black Business Expo, one of the largest business showcases in the history of black business in the world.
Hi, I'm Eric Kelly III, and today I'd like to introduce you to my art. Welcome to the Eric Kelly III Museum, located in Durham, North Carolina. Today we're going to be discussing my art, my journey, and where I'm going next. You know, the past, the today, and the future. When I think about the beginning of my work, I have to go all the way back to when I was about 4 years old. And my grandmother gave me a pen, and I was in church. And I took that pen and I began to draw. And as I was drawing later on, my grandmother said that the picture that I drew then looked like the choir that was in the church. And so my affinity for utilizing the ink pen to do work still happens today. Now, many times when we begin to talk about art, the question always is, what is the intent? Why do you do art? What makes you an artist? And so, as we look at my early years, I was not thinking about what I was drawing. I was just in love with drawing. I remember in the 5th grade when a young man, one of my friends, came to my desk and saw me drawing, and he said he'd like to draw. Because in my mind as a young kid, my art was just a way of, I would say, expressing how I felt. And so each day I would give him triangles and squares and show him how to draw. And so in my mind, I wanted to be an art teacher. And being an art teacher, I thought I could give back to other young people, other folk, how I felt about art. And so as we moved through my timeline and moved past the 5th grade, I began to draw, I would say, comic book figures, you know, a lot of figures, a lot of pictures of what I saw in comic books. And one of the things that I noticed about me at an early age, maybe it was because my grandmother was a civil rights leader, maybe it was because my great-grandfather wanted me to be a lawyer, and he took me each day from Scarborough Nursery School down to the courthouse to watch what was going on at the courthouse. And maybe it was me watching television and seeing the civil rights movement happening and seeing things that was going on. But I remember when I was about 12 that there was this thing called identity. You know, say it loud, I'm black and I'm proud. And the music that I was hearing was just so different until I began to change the white images that I looked at to black images. I can remember the Incredible Hulk that I changed into the Incredible Bulk. You gotta understand, I was a kid, you know. Tarzan. I did Tarzan wrestling with an alligator in the jungle with an afro. And so this whole thing of black identity was prevalent on my mind as a young artist. Many times people say artwork is political. And I continue to say that not only artwork is political, art is what is your identity, but more importantly, what is your intention. And so as I moved through those years, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th grade, I began to look at the difference between how I felt and how I saw things. And one of the things that I noticed early on is that I could actually hear tones and hear music, and I would see colors in terms of what I was drawing. Many times I found myself talking to people and I would say, I can draw you if I think about you. And that was one of the games I used to play when I was a young kid. I would talk to somebody, I would listen to them, and then I would go home and I'd get my sketch pad and I would actually draw them. Many times when I was coming up, I used to tell people that if you talk about what you want, I could draw some lines and then I can go and create that particular object. Intention, identity, and color was very prevalent in my work at an early age. I remember my first paper mache dog that I did. It was white. And my teacher kept the paper mache dog. And my great-grandfather used to say to me that don't give my artwork away. And so he said, only sell to collectors. And so at 7 years old, he started a museum for me called the Eric Kelly III Museum that would house my artwork in his house, along his halls, and house my writings. I'm also a poet. I do poetry, 3 portrait CDs that I've done in the past, along with some more interesting writing. My work, again, as I said before, is about identity and intention. When you think about colors, and we will see some of those pieces later on, but the colors and portraiture that I've moved into, very, very important. Initially, I was doing a lot of figuration, and that figuration was a lot of history pieces. Now, fortunate for many artists, they have what I would say some guidance, some leadership. When I was growing up, once I got to the 12th grade, 3 of my teachers, Sandra Dowd, Miss Corbett, and Miss Cousins, pulled me into the teacher's lounge. And my art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me that I was cheating the world because I was not doing enough art. And she said each day that she give out a project, that I would come in the day of the project and do the best piece in the school. And I used to think about that because I wasn't really aware in terms of my art. I just was doing art. And so my English teacher said that, well, this year you're not going to graduate. And my history teacher says, that is correct, you're not going to graduate. And so you got to understand, back in those days, graduation, senior year was very important. And so what I did was I said to them, y'all can't do that. And they said, yes, we can, because we control your grades. And so I sat there and I listened to them as they began to tell me what they wanted me to do my senior year so that I could do more art. And many times when you have people that come into your life and say they want you to do something and you have your own mission and ideas of what you want to do, sometimes you just, don't do it. But in those days, I was the guy who was very popular in high school. So I thought to myself, this is only a challenge. And so each morning, I would draw for my English class, the Macbeth, the Odyssey. For my history class, which was a Black history class, I would draw about the transatlantic slave trade, great African Americans who went on before, like Crispus Attucks, Martin Luther King, Marcus Mosiah Garvey, Malcolm X. And these are the kind of pictures that I was drawing. They were historical figures. And I found myself doing the work late at night and bringing those pieces to high school and give them to the teachers the day of. And I think those teachers thought that by me doing the work that I was doing, that I was giving the work to them. But as I said before, my great-grandfather said, don't give your work away. Always sell your work for what it's worth. And more importantly, sell to collectors. And so the Eric Kelly Museum has been a private museum only selling to collectors. And so when the end of the year came, I had drawn enough work to fill a whole hallway in the high school. And as I said before, I started out doing figuration and doing historical pieces. And I hadn't yet started thinking about what my intent was going to be. Why was I doing the work? I was doing the work because I was asked, not because there was this urge deep down inside saying, I'm going to draw all of this work. And so at the end of the year, I received the Lynx Best Artist in the State. And this is what has propelled me to become the artist I am today. I looked at the art award that I received, and I thought about where did I want to go to college. And so I had letters coming to me. I was in the news, I was on television and all these great things. I had these things to happen. And so I had letters coming to my house to go to different schools. And my great-grandfather used to say there are 5 things that you need to think about as you live. He said, number 1 is to think. Number 2 is to sell something. Number 3 is to do research. Number 4 is to be relentless. Number 5 is to have energy in everything that you do. And so I started on my quest for understanding that art was going to be what I wanted to do. And so I did research on the schools in Durham, North Carolina. And for those who don't know about Durham, North Carolina is a space where black people, 49% black people, were engaging in economics everywhere. You know, Durham was the tobacco capital of North Carolina at one time. And so when I was a young man, and I lived in Federal Street Projects, I could walk down to Pettigrew Street, not to Parish Street, because Parish Street is considered Black Wall Street now, but before Parish Street, there was Pettigrew Street. And on Pettigrew Street was Service Printing, black men owned it, the Regal Theater, black men owned it, the Barber Shop, WAFR, and the taxi cabs. And I could see black people doing great things right there on Pettigrew Street. And Pettigrew Street was probably about 4 or 5 blocks from where I stayed. Going to the Regal Theater, seeing movies as a young man. Really impressed me about Pettigrew Street was I saw black people doing black things. And so as I did my research to see where I was going to go to school, I discovered that North Carolina Central University was one of the top schools with black professors. And one of the things that I wanted to do, you know, as a young person is I wanted to go to a school where I could study in the class, and then I also could go to the library and pick their books up and read more about what they were talking about, so I would be immersed into the art. And so at that time, North Carolina Central University did not have an art scholarship program. And so remember what I said earlier about my great-grandfather. He said, think, and then say, and do research. And so in doing my research and thinking, I said to myself, I want to take my portfolio down and ask them to come to that school for art. Now, many people don't know, and I didn't know at the time that Ernie Barnes was one of the greatest artists who Durham, North Carolina. Didn't know that Ernie Barnes had gone to North Carolina Central University. That was not, in my mind, something that I knew. I was an artist who was influenced by the people that I knew, not the books that I read, but the people that I actually knew. And so I took my portfolio down to Atlanta Henderson at North Carolina Central University. My portfolio was full of historical art, as I said before, because that's all I was doing. Many times you hear the idea that all art is political art. While I wasn't thinking my art was political, my art was always about identity as a black man, as a black person, as a black entity on the planet. And so I left my portfolio with Dr. Henderson, and a week passed, and they sent me a letter offering me an art scholarship at North Carolina Central University. this was probably one of the greatest days of my life. As my grandmother at the time said to me, she said, well, since you going to school for free, I'm going to get the family car. And you know, life and how things transpire to get you where you're going. These are the kinds of things that move you to believe in yourself. My grandmother used to say, you can do anything that you want to do. Just stand up for yourself and do it. And so, with that being said, my grandmother gave me the family car, and off to North Carolina Central University I was. And, you know, one of the first heartaches that I would say that I had at North Carolina Central University was the whole I'm on art scholarship. And why I say it was a heartache is because the other students that was in school in those days, they knew I was on art scholarship. I didn't know they knew I was on art scholarship. So when classes began and I was asking the other students about painting, because in high school I had done 3 paintings, hadn't done a lot of painting. As a matter of fact, I was self-taught for my painting. My art teacher, Sandra Dowd, said to me, and I'll never forget it. She said, "You an artist. I don't have to take and put it on the canvas." And that was my first foray into painting. And I did pretty good. I created an abstract. I created a couple other paintings, and I was doing pastels at the time. And pastels was my first love after pencil and ink pen. And so what I did was I utilized my pastel skills as a way of painting. So when you actually see some of my painting, it looks like pastels, because that's how I mix, that's how I match my colors, that's how I draw, that's how I utilize my line work on my paintings, just like pastels. And we'll get an opportunity to see some of those things as we move forward. And so as I got to college, I won't ever forget, I was asking a young lady how to paint. And she said, art scholarship, you want to know how. A heartbreaker for me, because I came from a background of people helping people to get to where they go. And so with that in mind, in terms of how I was raised, I was never raised to say to people, I can't help you, I'm not going to help you, you got something, so go do what you do. And so this was a daunting task for me, because I was looking at seniors doing artwork, and I was expected at that moment to be able to do work just as well as the seniors were able to do the work, because in their minds I had an art scholarship, and that art scholarship meant that I had some magical powers, some great art in me that they didn't have. And so I was very, very depressed on that day. I remember it like it was yesterday, because what I did was, as they laughed at me, as they looked at me with those eyes of, you know, I don't know why you got an art scholarship if you can't paint kind of feeling, I just walked out of the classroom, got into my car, and I drove home. And I sat in my house, in my grandmother's house. I sat there and I just thought, why am I going to college? Do I want to go back to college? Do I want to continue this thing called art? I wasn't sure. I just sat there and sat there and sat there. And then in the back of my mind, I could hear Sandra Dowd saying, You know, you're an artist. All you got to do is put the paint on the board and work it out. I could hear Miss Corbett saying, when I brought her the pieces of artwork, oh, this is great. I'm going to be able to talk about Macbeth today, and we're going to utilize these pieces. I could hear in the back of my mind Miss Cousin saying, when you look at Eric Kelly, he looks dumb. But when he opens his mouth, he is brilliant. He holds class from one side of the classroom while we are doing class, and he can answer all the questions about history. And I could hear these things in my mind while I was sitting there thinking, do I even want to go back? I tell people all the time that peer pressure is a major pressure on many people if they can't handle it. Fortunately for me, my great-grandfather, my grandmother, and my mom always said to me, you can do whatever you want to do. Listen to what you want to do first and follow your dream. And so my art class was on Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. And my class that I went to was on a Monday. On Tuesday, I didn't go to art class. Wednesday, I didn't go to art class. So on Thursday, I decided that I'm going to go over there to North Carolina Central, and I was going to paint. Now, you got to understand, as a young kid, a young black man, when you're thinking about your identity, you're thinking about what you want to do, and people are pressing against you and doubting who you are and really identifying and seeing who you are. You gotta understand, you're not the guy that I am today. You are a young man who has fear, a young man who's uncertain, a young man who is asking the question, why am I here? And so on that Thursday, I went to the art department at 4:00 when I knew most of the students were not there. And I went to my board and I pulled out my paints and I started painting. And I just kept painting. And I just kept painting. And I continued to paint. I was working it out, trying to figure out what in the world was I doing. And I remember when I got to the art department and I thought about what I wanted to paint. And I painted a piece that if people saw it today, they probably would say that it's racist. If people saw it today, they would probably say, what was he thinking? What was his intent? But I had done a piece in history, in Black history class, of a slave being hung. And it showed a plantation owner grabbing the slave in his hair, getting ready to put the slave into a rope. The name of the picture was I Didn't Do It. And the picture was about a slave who witnessed something that happened and told other people on the plantation, and then the master decided to hang him for talking about it. And in this piece also has the Ku Klux Klan in the back, the fiery cross in the back, and all of that crazy stuff I was doing back in that day. And I began to paint that picture. And as I was painting that picture, I could see exactly how to paint. I don't know why or what, but I could actually see how to paint. And so I was there from 4:00 in the afternoon, and I looked up, it was 4:00 in the morning. I took my sheet that we had in art class and I laid it over the piece, and I jumped in my car and I went home. And so my class was Friday morning at 11 o'clock, 11:35. And so I got to class late that day, and somebody had pulled my sheet off of my painting, and the whole entire class was standing around my piece. You know, when you are uncertain about who you are and what you're doing sometimes, and you're looking for validation, it kind of gets in the way of how you make art. And what I mean by that is, I was not looking for validation. I was looking for how to paint. And by looking for how to paint, I created something that nobody expected to come from me, because just 2 days prior, I was asking people in class how to paint. And so this has been a part of who I've always been, is the kind of person who looks at something from a perspective, and instead of asking a question, I delve into it and make a change and make a difference. And so as the kids were standing around my piece, I walked into class, and true to form, I am never been a person who is always trying to talk about what I do. As my great-grandfather used to say, great people are not people who are walking around talking about being great. They're doing great things. And so I walked in and I walked past the students, and I started to pull out my paints in my box. And one of the students said to me, and this was a moment in my life when I really realized that I didn't need validation from people in me making my art. I just needed to continue making art. One person said, "That's not yours. What are you doing?" And I turned and I looked at the student, most of us seniors, and I said, "It is mine." I said to them, I worked on it from 4 o'clock until 4 o'clock yesterday morning. And then one of the students just said, "I just can't believe it." And I just turned and began to work on my work. This has been what's happened to me in art all my life. It's never been about me looking to be a great artist. It's always been about, what is the idea, the intent? What about this practice that I have? What about this museum that I have that makes me continue to draw and paint? As I created my first, and then all of a sudden, the other students start asking me questions about how I did it. And that was more important to me than anything else. Not that I did it, but being asked how. And as I said before, I utilize my artwork or utilize my painting as as I was doing pastels. Pastels was my first love. And once I got to college, I had to begin to think about what my identity, what I was going to do in art. Was I going to be doing figuration? Was I going to be doing scenes? What was I really going to do? And I remember Carlisle, who was one of my teachers. And Mr. Carlisle, I remember Mr. Carlisle. And Mr. Carlisle was a teacher, an art teacher, who said to me, he liked the way I was doing large pieces, and that large pieces was something different from what the other students were doing. And so what I decided to do was to try to figure out what kind of artist I wanted to be. You know, I opened up talking about identity and intention. And I'm going to talk about power and color and emotions later. But what kind of artist was I going to be? And so Mr. Carlisle Kennedy and some of the other teachers decided that they were going to take us art students to Washington, D.C. And taking us to Washington, D.C. to a art show by an art show curated called 200 Years of African American Art. And you have to understand that in those days, the information that we got was just so powerful. It was not information that we didn't look at the information, but we looked at the information and worked on analyzing why it existed. And so had an opportunity to go to Washington, D.C. There was over 85 pieces of artwork by different artists from all over the world. And that's when I first saw Aaron Douglas. I had known about Romare Bearden. I had known about Ernie Barnes because Ernie Barnes came from Durham, North Carolina. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because of Good Times. And I knew about Ernie Barnes because he went to Hillside, that same high school that I went to. And many times when we were drawing as young kids, we would always get, you trying to draw like Ernie Barnes. That's Ernie Barnes. That kind of like Ernie Barnes. And so my mind was like, I didn't want to be a copy or a duplicate of any other artist, but I wanted to know what these other artists were doing and who they were. And then I ran across a man by the name of Charles White. And this is where my entire existence was shook. Because I believe that art is the expression of how one feels. And we walked into this big room, and on this room was a mural. And this mural looked like I drew it. It looked like my work. Mr. Carlisle said it, Mr. Kennedy said it, and I was looking at it and I was like, how can this be? How can this man's work be like my work? And who in the world is Charles White? And so this was a journey to kind of discover who he was, why he drew the way that he drew, what was the political part of the kind of art that he was doing. And more importantly, in those days, some artists was doing something that they call today super realism. And that's what Charles was doing. Charles was drawing these pieces with asymmetrical lines, and the line work was just so awesome. And so after discovering Charles White, I began to study Charles White. And of course, I was always studying Ernie Barnes. And so I had to figure out what I was going to put in the art canon. Was I going to continue to draw all these kinds of pieces like the Charles Whites? Was I going to continue to draw the pieces like Ernie Barnes? I talk about identity and what my work represents. That was the that I use. I'll share with you a little bit later some of the pieces and some of the line work that I do. But my work is about bringing people together, having them to see each other without seeing black or seeing white, without seeing color. I decided that I would do portraits instead of doing themed pictures. Now I still do theme and scene work also, but I decided that I would do portraiture, that I would do portraits, and that I would take colors and use them as emotional tones. Many times I sit down and then I hear music and I see colors. I hear people having conversations, I see colors. And so I decided that doing portraits of people and how they feel and how they look would be an impact on how people feel. And so I can remember doing summers and try to see what they were thinking. You know, and they was arguing, how the intensity of that argument was, and the facial expressions. And I was always amazed by how people reacted. And each time that I would see people responding or moving, I would always see a different color that I could see in my paintings. And so I started drawing pieces and so we had more just figuration, just doing, even my next is dedicated to Black women. That's going to be an awesome set of work that I'm going to work on. I can't wait. And so when you look at my work and you look at my portraits, you'll notice that I'm working to capture an emotion. When I do a piece in green and white, I'm looking at capturing an emotion. When I do a piece in a red, white, and blue, or as the Nipsey Hussle piece that I did, or as I would say, the rap piece that I did, which is a piece that shows the California colors, the American colors, and the African colors. And so I'm utilizing all these colors to make you, the viewer, see an emotion and get a feeling from that particular piece. My intent is to push you away from looking at a scene, but looking at how somebody is being seen. And that's what my portraiture work is all about. For the last 20 years, I've worked on work that transcends time. Pieces on my grandmother, my mother, in what I call lines, colors, and emotions. And when you sit back and you think about that first day in college when I didn't know how to paint, and you think about now where I'm painting every day, you can understand what identity for me has always been about. We hear about Black female artists. We hear about white women artists. We hear about white men artists, the Michelangelos, the Monets, and all of these guys, the Picassos. But what we don't hear is about many Black men artists and what is their intent and identity in the Black art canon. I don't want to be revered as a Black artist. And one of the reasons that I moved into doing the kind of work that I'm doing is because I want to be revered as an American artist. I don't want to be revered as an Black man artist. Even though I'm a Black man, I want to be revered as an artist that painted people, portraits in different colors to get emotions from the viewer. I want my pieces to be large enough that it impacts you as you're looking at it, as opposed to you're just looking at a piece. You know, the colors are symbols and emotions that I get when I'm listening to music, when I'm painting. And so I want my audience to begin to look at my pieces as if it's an emotion. Not just a painting, an emotion. And when you talk about all art being political, my work is about, again, how do we develop world peace through art? And I believe the way that we get to world peace through art is by stop looking at art as being black or being white and looking at art as an entity of making, or as some people say, as creating a piece where you get emotions, where you get feelings, where you get an idea of what my intent is when I was actually creating or making the art. That is kind of where I am today in terms of my work. When you think about my great-grandfather, so many years ago when I was 7 years old, walking into my bedroom saying that he wanted me to be a lawyer. And he asked me what did I want to be, and I said I wanted to be an artist. And at that moment, he made a decision to create for me the Eric Kelly III Museum after we went to look at museums to see what they were about. You have to understand that the future of what I would like to see happen is museums for artists who have been marginalized, for people who we don't talk about. Why is there not an Ernie Barnes Museum in Durham, North Carolina? Why is there not a Romer Bearden Museum in his hometown? Why is there not a museum for black artists so that our young people can see how they went through the process of how they do work? And so with my museum, it's been kind of a blueprint for these kinds of things. The Eric Kelly Museum houses the collective writings, the collective works of my work for over 65 years. And one of the things that I would like to see happen is many, many more museums for great artists. When you sit back and you talk about Basquiat, for example, great artist, a New York artist, where is his museum? Where is a place or a space for us to go and see his work? I talked about Ernie Barnes, or Charles White, for instance. Where can we go and learn about Charles White? Another gentleman, and I could go on and talk about the Kennedy Wiley, who's doing awesome work, Lisa Butler, who's doing awesome work, Mark Bradford, who's doing awesome work. We can go around the country and around the world and see the Van Gogh Museum. We can see the Richard Steele's work, Clifford Steele, work. We can see all of these white artists around the world. Museums. Where are the black museums for our young people to see the greatness of these artists who have gone on before us? You know, I also do photography work, and Gordon Parks was a great photographer. But think about it for a moment. Other than seeing the exhibit of Gordon Parks photography, where can you go and study him, the man? One of the reasons that I'm doing this video is because when you look at or talk about artists, many times we have people to narrate what was that artist thinking about, okay? And what was he feeling about what he was doing? And you don't get the conversation from the artist. The artists don't talk about the line work. The artists don't talk about the color. The artists don't talk about how he got to where he is. There's always somebody else talking about how he got there. Van Gogh, for instance, they talk about him cutting off his ear and sending it to somebody. They talk about the Starry Night piece. From their perspective, they don't talk about, or we don't hear Van Gogh say, well, the reason I did Starry Night because I was depressed and I just thought the night this was a piece. I was studying to do these kinds of things, and this is how the Starry Night happened. We don't get that story. So you really don't know the intent. And so I want to do a conversation about the intent of my work. My portraits, my lines and my colors are put together in a way to pull from you an emotion of how you feel about people on the planet. My pieces are human landscapes. I want you to look at my work and see the lines as the age of the people who I'm painting. When I talk about sitting in North Carolina on my stoop, or sitting in New York City, or going to Chicago, going to New Orleans, going to California, and going to all these different places and watching people, I want you to understand that I'm watching people to see how they move, how they react, how they respond, what makes them them. And so when you see my work, you may see a piece and say, that looks like this person, or that looks like that person, or that looks like this woman or this man. Well, what I do is I watch people, and then I create the feeling that I got from those people. So while my pieces may look like certain folk, in my mind, they are sending out a message of emotion, feelings, and ideas and presence. And that's my intent. My intent is not to just paint pictures and you like them. My intent is to pull something from you deep down. My pieces are spiritual. The lines sometimes remind you of African mask. The lines remind you of lights and darks. The lines remind you of energy, of hope and presence. That's why I do the work that I do. Now, I could easily do figurative work. I could easily do scenes. But I had to ask myself one question. How do I do something that's going to be different, that's going to stand the test of time and say Eric Kelly III was here? And this was his work. This was his style. This is what he was thinking as he did artwork. And so as you look at my work, my earlier pieces, as I said before, were historical pieces, historical places in time. And then you look at my work now, you'll notice that I've morphed into doing work that brings about that whole emotional feeling from you to the work. And that's where we are today. Square Angles, Sculptures and Paintings, presented by Eric Kelly III. These are new creations by me as an artist. These are the creations for art for the next 20 years of my practice. Creating these pieces of art that are attached to squares, circles, images, lines, and forms. The triangle, very, very instrumental in this piece. Let me introduce myself. I'm Eric Kelly III, and these are paintings and designs
for the next 20 years that I've created. It is an attempt to change the world, to create new pieces for people to experience. These lines, shapes, forms, color, with value, and space are creations that I have created. The use of color to change how you feel about who you are, what you are, and why you're here. These paintings are the paintings to be sold. They are the Kellys. These are Eric Kelly III's designs. And as you look at these designs, I want you to understand these are concepts of the art that is created in my mind to be displayed all over the world. Floor paintings, geometrical shapes on walls are all a part of the idea for my art. The fashion portion of the designs that I've created. And these designs are created in different collections. The Pyramid Sound Collection, the Humulus Collection. The Pyramid Sound Collection is a collection of layouts and designs that are utilized in fashion. The Humulus or the square angles are a creation of floor paintings and, of course, the interior design or the merchandise, the fashion, the interior design. The Humulus pieces are, and the Pyramid Sound pieces are a part of the fashion from the paintings that I've created. The paintings that I've created are paintings to utilize or merchandise. There are elements and objects that can create a sense of feelings. The square circles, the triangles, the square angles. The elements of art as we look at interior design, these are all a part of the creations that I've created. This is a portfolio of those designs and how they can be used to move people, how they can be used for hats and caps and shirts, how they can be used as objects in parades, floating objects. The Humulus collection of the Square Angles collection is a design that's created for you to think about how you exist. When you begin to think about painting cars, this is a combination of the Square Angles piece. My creations of the monuments, the totem poles, the larger-than-life objects that look at you as you look at them. The Square Angle collection is a collection of over 300 pieces that I've created. The Experience collection is another collection of art that I've created. These are paintings to be painted. The Sixth Sense sound are a collection. And then, of course, the Shapes, Lines, and Color, as I call it, the Color of Color collection. All of these are paintings. And of course, as I said before, the Pyramid Sound collection, a collection of lines and colors and angles and movements. The colors are designed to create this image. The Typhoon. The Typhoon collection is a collection of pieces that symbolizes the very intenseness of a typhoon. Then the Hurricane, which is more of a broader, a wider space in time. The Hurricane collection floor paintings.
These floral paintings are paintings that you are able to look down on as they look up. The colorblind collection, a collection of different colors that give you different sights. My vision of this art is to show shapes, to show colors, to show the elements of art, to show forms, depth, weight, patterns, to show how these colors affixed to these objects change how you see these objects, how you can see negative space, you can see positive space, you can see the elements of the objects, the geometrical shapes, the colorblind segment, as you can see the different grays, the different reds, the different blacks, and then the explosion of the vivid colors. The explosion of vivid colors to show you a different element. The paintings in the background are the actual paintings that are created. The pyramids are a part of the paintings that are affixed to the pyramids to make the pyramids move. These are the concepts of my art. These are the art pieces for the next 20 years. These are the pieces that I want to share with the world. The floor paintings that match the pyramid paintings that match the paintings on the walls. The elements that I have created through the pieces in the Eric Kelly III collection. When you begin to talk about color and emotion and space and depth and patterns and forms, these are the creations of art that I have created for the vision of these paintings. When I think about this show and think about the elements in this show, I think about the value and the depth. I think about the space and the time, the form and the dimensions. I think about the triangle. I think about the rectangle. I think about the square. I think about the lines and how all of this comes together to create the elements of my art. The sculpture pieces, the pieces that float in the air, the pieces that make you see these pieces that I have created digitally to be able to see how they would look, not as a concept, but as an actual piece of an art. That's what this is all about. Form, value, elements, lines, shapes, patterns, and weight. Color, light, and frequency. The paintings on the wall are part of the Eric Kelly III collection. The sculptures are the prototypes of what we would like to see as a part of the show. I want you to understand that the elements of this, or the pieces in this show, are the prototypes of what I, as an artist, may never get an opportunity to create. But this gives you an opportunity to see the creations in my mind of the art that I'd like to see projected in the next century. So as you look at the value, the depth of field, the texture, as you look at the fashion, as you look at the form, I want you to understand that the pieces are here to dominate the space. The lines element, the shape element, the form element, the color element are here for you to experience emotions in color. These colors are not just colors to stand, but colors for you to experience emotion. The emotions of color.
When you think about this collection, I want you to think about how this collection and why this collection exists in my mind. It exists in my mind as a testament of what I believe color can do for all of us. Color can give us all freedom of space and time. Color can give us freedom of life. These pieces represent the forms of life. As you can see, these colors create a three-dimensional form of geometrical shapes that give you value, depth, and gives you form and patterns. That's what the Color of Color collection is all about. I want you to understand that these are pieces that I want to create. These are pieces that I want to create for galleries, for museums, for spaces, for the life of color. The geometric shape, the paintings that match the colors and space. Pyramid Sound collection, the Humulus collection, the Square Angles collection, the Floatables for Parade collection. This document is to show what my color vision looks like. I want to take you on a journey through color, a journey through the elements of art, lines, shapes, form, color, value and texture, space, the 7 elements of color. This is a show about space and time. A show about giving you an option, moving you into a new world of transformation, bringing you into different shapes, different forms, yes, and texture. As we travel down this road of color, I want you to think about, what does color do to you? How does color meld you into a space of peace? Yes, indeed, this is a journey of art, soul, and color. The designs that you're going to see in this art show is designs of the art of elements. Lights, shadows, squares, triangles, shapes, three-dimensional shapes, along with floor paintings. Yes, this is a fashion of color. How color intermingles with clothes. How color can bring out the happiness, the joy, and of course, how color can change your mind. These are different collections of the Eric Kelly III Museum. Pyramid Sounds, Humulus, or as we call it, Square Angles, the cone, the pyramid, the prism, the octagon, the triangle, the buckyball. This is a show of square angles, of fashion, of what color does when it touches objects.
the depth, the weight, the form. How color changes how you look at shoes. How color changes how you see what you see. The value, the depth, the space that color creates when it touches an object. Interior design color, the floors, color collection of clothes, merchandise, as we look at the colors of the collections that touch objects, fashion. Inflatable colors from the collection. Inflatable colors for you to witness. And of course, 3D objects that move down the river. And then the color of cars, how you see those colors on those cars. And then the grand monuments of color, as we begin to look at the sculptures created by Eric Kelly III. The color wheel or the color emotions of paintings, the spheres of color, the emotional gravitational pull of the seven senses. The seven senses that we believe in and feel as we look at color. And then the collections of squares, lines, circles, pyramid sounds. The colors blast the sounds and changes your emotions. Pyramid sounds, collection, floor art, typhoon of colors, these spheres, two-dimensional. And then, of course, the hurricane collection, a collection of colors that demand weight, demand form, demand attention. Lines, squares, shapes, and colors and objects are part of the colorblind collection. Let's move into this journey of paintings, squares, and triangles inside of the color elements of art. The pyramid, the square, the triangle, and the star. These are colors that resonate with how I feel about color. And these objects intertwine with the color are to give you an emotional feeling. And the emotional feelings that I'm presenting to you are feelings of the different colors to incite a variety of emotions. The patterns, the texture, the space relationship with the lines and the colors are important as we begin to share with you this art show. The art elements in this show represents 7 elements. And those elements are lines, shapes, geometrical shapes, form, both 2-dimensional and 3-dimensional. As you see the paintings in the backgrounds matching the colors on the pyramids. The pyramids are a part of the pyramid sound collection. The value, the depth. As I invite you to come and enjoy the objects created for this show. And as you stand back and watch the color I want you to experience the emotion. There is no color without shape. There is no shape without form. There is no form without a circle. The colors resonate and bring forth my internal feelings about my art. As you're looking at the monuments, which are encased in glass, to give you the feeling of floating spheres. The pyramid, while not the Great Pyramid, but a pyramid that gives you pattern and forms and depth and weight of color. The color of the cube, when you look at the paintings, you're going to see the collection. And the collections are superimposed on the objects. When we talk about the elements of art, form, 3D dimension, these objects are objects of color. I want you to travel down my mindset as I created these options. As you look at the color, you can see how color is reflective to give the audience a feel of intimidation. The intimidation is readily shown in the size and the scope and the texture and the width of the pieces. So as we go through this journey of colors by Eric Kelly III, I want you to enjoy the shapes. And these shapes are geometrical. These shapes bring great depth of feel. But more importantly, these colors brings you emotion. The emotion of these colors stand alone, as each color palette represents one of the paintings. And as you see the floating pieces, you'll notice that the floating pieces have a distinctive glass mirror that brings everything together. These art pieces are to be enjoyed, but more importantly, to be felt. The pyramid sound collection, the space relation pieces, are pieces that gives you the idea of how space and time can be frozen in a way that gives you value. These geometrical shapes are created for the audience to feel a sense of belonging, a sense of feeling, a sense of wonder, a sense of understanding. As some of the objects are floating in the air, they're there because they are for the audience to feel them. And then these monuments with geometrical shapes are a testament to how I feel about objects that float. The paintings are paintings in the different collections by Eric Kelly III. Not to mention the floatables or the balloons with the signature square angles, with the signature circles, triangles, with the signature lights, with the signature of texture. the immersiveness of color. In open space, these monuments represent power. The Eric Kelly III Museum has created these objects for you to see as we look to the future. Squares, fashion squares. Who are you in color? As you can see, the depth and the weight and the pattern and the form of color. These are sculptured items with floor paintings to match. The images are images that are images for you to look at you as the object in the middle. The top represents your ceiling. The bottom represents your feeling. This sculpture item is dedicated to the Typhoon collection. This sculptured item is dedicated to the Square Angle collection. This sculpture item is dedicated to the lines, colors, and objects. And when you begin to look at Humulus, or the Square Angles piece, you can understand that the Square Angles piece divides color. Each one of these are paintings that have been transfixed onto these sculptured items. As you see the box and you see the top, as you see the middle, which represents you. What is your color? How do you feel about color? What does these colors make you think of as we're going through the collection? The line, shape, colors collection gives you the pyramid, the box, the rectangle. The Humulus, or the Square Angles piece, gives you a distinctive sculpture that floats. The colorblind collection. Yes, the colorblind collection is a collection that attacks your mind and your mind's eye. Many of the colors that you will see will be patterns and forms, circles and triangles, geometric shapes. These art pieces are to challenge your perception of color. The information that you're watching, the art that you're watching, is art created by Eric Kelly III in a way for you to view color differently. The Colorblind Collection. The Colorblind Collection is a collection of art that tackles that idea of, are we looking at color as a frequency, or are we looking at color as a light energy? In this art show, we're also going to attack fashion, interior design, and monuments. The color of color. What do you feel when you see the color? This exhibit is about how I see color. I want the color to represent peace, harmony. I want the depth and the weight and the form of the colors to make you feel that that color is the dominant force in the show. The Colorblind Collection creates colors that make you see different things. The Pyramid Sound Collection gets you to believe that the angles and the weight in the form and the dimension of the piece is the space relation of the piece. The elements of art, line, shape, form, color, value, texture, and space is why the art that you're looking at exists. The Experience Collection. Now, as we're moving through the show, there are the monuments of color. And these monuments of color are to dwarf the people in the picture, the sheer size, the sheer scope, where they are placed, and how people are able to enjoy the color monuments. The color monuments are creation of art in the mind of the dimensions and the shapes of color. Each color giving you a different emotion, a different feeling. And these colors represent places and spaces that the shapes occupy. A whole new feeling for architecture, a whole new space for art. In public places, the patterns. The patterns are emotional feelings. Each pattern has a distinct feeling that gives the audience, along with the depth and the geometrical shape and patterns that you see. These patterns are created to give off an emotional experience in color. The tallest squares in the world are these colors. Squares, as we begin to look at fashion, the colors of the designs, the shapes, the lines, the elements are transfixed onto the clothing, onto fashion. As we look at the colors that represents light, as the squares that represent fashion. Each one of the collections are collections that are used in creating colors and fashions for a new and exciting future. Each painting that's being held and each fashion that you see represents one of the collections. The Eric Kelly III Collections for Fashion is a fashion that keeps each element working together. Depth, weight, circles, spears, lights, shadows, colors. Experience this as an emotional experience, as you can see the colors of the paintings and the fashion. And when you begin to talk about the elements, the squares, the circles, the triangles that touch products and materials, how it makes those materials explode. The lights, the shallow, the value, the cone, the octagon, interior design, fashion. These are the colors as we look at merchandise, as we look at the splash of colors. The Eric Kelly III collection of colors. The Humulus collection, which shows the design, that shows the movement. As you can see, the colors are shown to you in a space where patterns and forms come together to create depth and weight. The value, the monuments, the sculptures, the wallpaper, the use of the design to create space and time. This is a show about color. It's a show about how we can view geometric colors, forms, and patterns. We can view color as paintings, as floor paintings, as squares. We can view colors that embrace all the elements of space and gives you a feeling of frozen time. The patterns, the forms. As we experience color, as we experience the collections, these are the colors, the browns, the dark, the lights. What does this color do to you? Then, of course, the vibrant, the bright colors, the blues, the reds, the whites. And then the secondary colors of greens, the colors that bring together a feeling, the colors that take a room to a different frequency, the colors that make a room explode from the ceiling to the floor. These colors have form, weight, value, and of course, texture. And the texture for the floor paintings, utilizing the different collections, the Pyramid Sound Collection, the Typhoon Collection, the lines, colors, and objects, or the color of color collection. Then, of course, as we look at fashion, painting colors on shoes, to give shoes a different flavor, a different taste of the Eric Kelly III color collection. As form and shape, squares come together to create a very unique combination of colors on objects, on shoes, color on fashion. The collection is a collection of paintings that are put on shoes to give the shapes and the geometrical movements and the triangles and the depth of those colors. Each collection is transfixed on clothing. Each collection is utilized in fashion. As we look at each one of the collections, square angles, experience, and pyramid sounds, these collections are utilized to bring forth life in the collections of colors. Fashion and interior design, merchandise are a part of the color designs. And what would color be without color on cars? As you see the pyramid, what would color be if color on cars were color on fashion? The colors, the brilliant blues, the reds, the yellows, the color of color. And then, of course, the line and color. The line and color collection is a collection of lines that bring forth life. The value, the space, the fashion. What brings us together as a people are the colors. Each color represents an emotion, and those emotions give us a feeling. As we see the dark greens and the purples, how does those colors make you feel? And then when we explode to the colors of the yellows and the reds, what does that make you feel like? As we begin to move toward